and welcome to the City of Oregon City Commission's Goal Setting Retreat session. I'd like to welcome everybody here, our consultants, Steve and Nate, and all of the staff, and the commissioners as well, and anybody that's online, and our guests. I'd like to turn this over to, well, we don't have to do roll call or anything, do we? So no roll call. We're all here, so that's all good. So I'd like to turn it over to Steve.
Excellent, Mayor. Thank you very much, and welcome to all of you. We're gonna, if we could, do a quick around the room, just so we all know who's in the room with us. And quite candidly, we've been with you for a couple of years now, but it's always nice to put faces and names back together. I will, of course, guinea pig myself on this one, and I will say that I am Steve Bacon. I am a principal at a firm called the Gunter Group here in Portland. I lead our strategy practice, which means we work facilitating conversations just like these with leaders like yourselves, really across a variety of different organizations, including municipal governments. We've been fortunate to be with you 2 years ago as well, as you were setting your goals for the past biennium, and we're honored to be back here supporting you as we go through the next 2 days together as well. So thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for being here. Can we just go around the room, and I'm going to ask Commissioner Mitchell if you would start us off on it, and just a general hello to everyone. And I would ask, can we also put out there something that over the past couple of years you're particularly proud that we've accomplished on behalf of the city, or something that's happened in the city that you're particularly proud of? I know I'm putting you on the spot.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Mike Mitchell, City Commissioner. This is my second one of these, and I'm really looking forward to it. It was very enjoyable and helpful the last time, so I'm looking forward to it again. And I may be going back a little more than 2 years, but I will say our Public Works building and our Public Safety building are the two things that I'm most proud of. We've gotten 2 facilities that'll serve our community for years and years and years.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sean Davis, Chief of Police. I'm most proud of all the work that the staff puts in day in and day out, especially the police force. It's hard work, and they're doing a tremendous job. So.
I'm Quilla Ravitch. I'm Community Development Director, and I was going to kind of say the same thing that Sean did. I'm really proud of where our staff is at right now. We're working really well together, and we've got a good diversity of discipline, I guess you could say. So happy with where we're at.
Good to see you.
I'm Matt, and financial numbers. Yeah. I am proud of the things that these 2 departments have done. So I cop out. No, but I was going to get to this later when we talk about just what finance has done, some improvements in the budget process, some improvements in the relationships with departments, and even some of the policies we've done in the last 2 years that have improved the way we use our money.
Hi everyone, Greg Williams, Library Director, and there's a lot to be proud of for the last couple of years. First I'll say just very proud of the library staff, the way that they consistently respond to the needs of the community and anticipate the needs of the community, deliver excellent service, and I'm also going to give a shout out to, I think, our leadership team, our directors group. I think we've worked really well together over the last couple of years. Even talking through some, challenging topics and kind of figuring out how we work better together to deliver good services to our community. So I enjoy working with this team very much.
Thank you, Greg.
Patrick Foils, HR Director, and proud of, some of the work that we've been doing around Goal 1 and promoting diversity, equity, inclusion, and just kind of working on culture and understanding our workforce and communities.
Thanks, Patrick.
Thanks, Cliff. And what I'm most proud of is that when I came on the commission, originally we were in what I would call a very bad place. And we'd had some adverse things happen in our community, and I'm really proud of the way the commission, we all came together to support each other to support the community and bring the community forward by looking for healing and reconciliation and trying to move us to a place to where we weren't having to apologize for things that had happened in the past, although I'm still doing a little bit of that still. But Oregon City and the commission and the staff came together, and I guess the one word I would use is faithful, resilient, and I'm very proud of all of that. And we've moved so far forward since then.
Thank you, Mayor.
My name is Jared Lyman. I'm the communications manager for Oregon City. And in that vein, I'd say probably what I'm most proud of is the way everybody that I work with on the executive team, management, the staff, all recognize the importance of communicating with our residents and do everything they can to try to share as much information as possible. It's really rewarding to see, and I appreciate it a lot.
I'm Tom Kessinger, I'm the Parks and Recreation Deputy Director. It's my first time in the Golden Retreat. So I think what I'm probably the most proud of is the staff and their kind of resilience through this transition from Parks and Rec and the ability to continue to provide services as we seek a new director. I'm very proud of the work we do every single day and the dedication that they have to the community. You can see that and the passion that the community shares with us each and every day. Very proud of it.
Thanks, Tom. Welcome.
Dana Webb, Public Works Director. I was here at the retreat last time filling in for the now retired Public Works Director. So as I've kind of stepped into that role and assisting the team more, the Public Works group jumps up at any need, be it a mill fire and roadway closures or sewer overflow, water line breaks. I think really the piece that, besides the staff, that I'm proud of is we've done a lot of good work around our capital improvement program. We're delivering probably some of the biggest capital programs that we've delivered in the last 10 years with our WIFIA water loan program, working with our sewage treatment provider on a reimbursement program for work we're doing as well. So.
Michael Devine, IT Director, second time at this retreat. I agree with a lot of what everybody else said, from Aquila to John, Greg, and staff is doing great. This team has been great. I've only been here a couple years. The team is really incredible. And then what I think I'm most proud of is how not only the city, but IT handled the event that we had when I first started. It was quite the learning curve, but everything that happened from IT to be able to support and recover, from how staff and other departments was able to deal with the outage and continue services, that was incredible. And I've been able to talk to other cities and other groups about how we were able to do that, and I think it's helped more than just us.
Scott Wilson, City Commissioner. I'd say I'm most proud of the staff of the city itself. I think in reflecting on the community survey results, we get a clear message that the community feels that the city staff are professional and kind, and I think that's a great reflection on our city, so I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Welcome.
Thanks.
James Graham, Economic Development Manager, and I would say I'm very proud of is the fact that we've established a very solid, very strong entrepreneurial small business group. Since this is a community of small businesses, that's highly important.
Alex Ray, Assistant City Manager. Let's see, I've been here now actually a year on Wednesday. So, good on all of you for creating this position, it's nice to be here. And yeah, I was just saying, I'm really impressed with the staff. We love working with this team, and I think even though it's sometimes challenging work, I have really enjoyed working on the state survey and kind of taking a deeper look at
Michael, city manager. I mean, there's so much, right? From, I think, having been here as long as I have, to have seen this transition of how the commission works together, to how the commission works with staff, to how the commission moves to trusting staff, to creating an executive team that is, entirely new, that has come together to create a working environment that's supportive, open. We can have hard conversations, people step up, even if it's not in their department or something that they're assigned to help. How we respond, even in really stressful situations, that we all support one another and have those relationships where we're able to get through those really hard things and have fun with the easy things. So just really appreciate the breadth of services that we provide, how we do that, and then how we, while doing that, still treat each other and those we are with in a really good way.
Rocky Smith, been on the commission since 2019 with a 2-year break. Or no, 2009. What did I say? 2000.
You gave up 10 years.
No, oh my God. 2019.
Do you have all of these?
What? I don't know.
This is our goals from 2019-21. Your picture's in there, I recognize.
One of the big accomplishments, I think, for this city is an acknowledgement of its history and its working towards mending and healing the history with the tribes. And that is something that this town has needed to do for a long time. We've made a lot of progress in that. I think it is a massive, it's very important. I think it's a massive accomplishment to have a good relationship and build a relationship with, especially the Confederate tribes of the Mangaron, and Confederate tribes of the Umatilla, and the Cayuse Memorial, the future of what's going to happen in telling the whole story of this town, and not just the native story or the pioneer story, but the Chinese story and all the other stories of native stories of this town. But I think we've made a lot of progress in doing that this year and the last couple of years, and I hope that continues.
I'm Nate Ferguson, Senior Consultant with the Gunter Group. I work with Steve on a lot of strategy, delivery, and execution work, and a little bit of program and project management as well. And this is my first time here, so I've done a lot of catching up and meeting and discourse with you all to get to this point, and I'm excited to see what the next day and a half unfolds.
Adam Marl, City Commissioner. I am very proud of our Youth Advisory Commissioners and the work that they've been doing the last couple of years as they've established themselves and tried to find their voices. And I've been really excited by the addition of that advisory group to our city to hopefully help us recognize that diversity, equity, and inclusion does not just include gender, it does not just include race, but it also in fact includes age.
I'm Jacob Wiley, I'm the city recorder. This will be my third goal-setting retreat since starting with the city. I think the thing that I'm most proud of here at the city is our emergency response, just in general, whether it's a pandemic, wildfire, cyber attack, ice storm, anything. We seem to be really, really good at maintaining services and getting back to normal as soon as possible.
Evan, can I call you out? I know you're here.
Hi, I'm Evan. I'm the Assistant City Recorder. I've been here for about a year. I'm most proud of just how welcoming this community is.
Thank you. I didn't add my 2 cents in terms of what I'm proud of this community. We've been able to be with you for a couple of years now in this process, but I've been your neighbor across the river for 7 years, and it's been, I'm very proud to be your neighbor because this city takes its history, its responsibility, and what it means not just to the local community, but to the state as a whole. You take it seriously, and you think of that through all of the different goals that you put out and have worked to accomplish. And I'm honored to be here to do what we can to help guide that conversation over the next day and a half or so. So to that end, why don't we talk a little bit about what we are going to be doing for the next day and a half. We've set up an agenda, and for those of you who were here 2 years ago, it will feel like, I hope, a familiar agenda to you. Day one today is very much about just a shared understanding. Where are we right now? Where are we headed? We're going to ask Nate to share some of the feedback that we got from the staff. You shared some of your feedback. We've had conversations with the commissioners as well. We're going to ask Tony and his team to share where we are from a goals perspective and the progress that you've made over the last couple of years. And really what we're trying to do is establish this sense of shared understanding as we move into tomorrow. Day two, we are going to spend really the entire day on trying to understand and trying to decide how you are going to progress these goals that you have forward over the final biennium of what you set out as your mission and your vision and your long-term goals for that period of time. So you will have an opportunity in small groups, and we'll get into the agenda on that shortly. You'll have a chance in small groups to really say, how are we going to move this forward? How are we going to accomplish the goals that we have? What are our ideas to progress our city forward? We hope that's informed by the conversations that we'll have today, and obviously all the work that you've done over the past 2 years and beyond. There's work to be done after that. Obviously, you're all aware. That's the point where you're actually putting it into practice. You have budget conversations, you have trade-offs and conversations to be had between the commission, the city manager, the staff, and what the priorities will be going forward from there. So really understanding, deciding and prioritizing how we're going to move these goals forward, and then giving you the information that you have to move forward from there. I think one of the overarching goals that we have, though, is really giving you time to have conversation. And this is something that we heard from all of you in one way or another that was valuable to you over the last couple of years, 2 years ago, when we had this opportunity to be together. It was really to share with one another, and I think you'll find that this evening we have quite a bit of time for the commissioners to share some of their perspective, and for us to share some of the things we've heard in other forums as well. Questions on that? We'll get into a specific agenda in a minute, but comments, thoughts? Okay.
Do we have a Wi-Fi password?
I believe it's guest, CCC guest. Yeah, you should be able to join CCC guest. Perfect, okay. Just to maybe set the stage in terms of how we think about setting goals as we move forward. You have taken the time as a city, and you did this 4 years ago, you've taken the time to think through a long-term vision. You put forward a 6-year, 3-biennium vision and a mission that you're going to accomplish over that time. We're going to have an opportunity tomorrow to think through the goals that you've put forward, the 7 goals that you've been working on over the last couple of years, and really make sure that we're reviewing those goals and agreeing that those are the appropriate goals for us to have going forward. Obviously, we've got themes around each of those goals, but the work to be done gets much more into the specific and tangible, as I mentioned tomorrow, where we're saying, what are the specific initiatives? We call them strategic initiatives. What are the projects? What are the initiatives that we want to undertake to move these goals forward in our final biennium of our strategy? So we are really trying to get into the specific, into the what are we going to do, and an opportunity truly to prioritize and say, this is why it's important to the city. This is why we feel this is what we should be doing over the next couple of years. So again, trying to be very tangible, trying to be very specific. For those of you who were here 2 years ago, you know we're going to be breaking out in small groups. You're going to have time to work, both staff and commission together, to be thinking through what those opportunities could be and what that work could be. Okay, so let's talk about where we are for today. Nate's going to spend some time with us. We are going to walk through, gosh, we call it an icebreaker, and I know that just makes everybody feel a certain way. I'm not really sure what that is, but let's just say it gives you a certain feel. What we really think about it, though, is an opportunity to get to know each other better, because let's be honest, you all are working together day in and day out, and you don't always get the opportunity to know each other in a deeper way. And so we're going to give you an opportunity to spend some time thinking about that, both in a group setting and in small groups. Nate will guide us through that. We've got time for public comment as well, for those that are available and interested in making comments. We also have some time where, again, Nate's going to share out some feedback that we got from the survey that was distributed to each of the department heads. So all of you had a chance to weigh in. We've had a chance to go through those results and pull out some themes to share back with you. Hey, this is what we heard. Here's some information. And we want you to kind of take that in and use it as you're thinking about what we should do tomorrow. We'll break for dinner. We'll ask the staff, Tony and the department heads, to share progress against the goals. Again, trying to give all of us the information. Where are we on what we said we were going to do over the past couple of years? What's the progress we've made? Again, trying to give you that information. We've asked the commissioners this time as well, and this is a bit different from what we did 2 years ago. We've asked the commissioners to each take some time as well to share with all of us what their priorities are for the next couple of years. I think this is valuable input that we got really from many of you, that you're interested in hearing what the commissioners as representatives of the citizens and of the community believe is a priority. So I'm excited for that, and they've been given the heads up that they're going to get some time as well to share, so we're excited for that. We'll wrap up, and we'll be back here tomorrow morning, and I will share another agenda with you on that tomorrow. Questions, comments? Concerns, thoughts? Conjecture, rumination, opinion? Excellent. All right, just a few expectations as we think about the time that we're going to spend together. And this is in no particular order, but as we sat down and thought, as we come together as a team, as we come together as a shared group of commissioners and staff, as we think about how we're trying to move the city forward, what are some of the things I think we could all agree we're going to do over the next day and a half? I think first and foremost, we all know we are assuming positive intent. We are all working towards the progress of the city. We are all doing our best to make that happen. We want to make space for all voices. I hope you saw in that agenda that we are trying very hard to get all of you to be able to share your perspective in one form or another so that you can collectively work together. Obviously, there's going to be a time for debate and dialogue, and we would expect that. I'm sure it will be done respectfully, and I'm sure there will be an opportunity for different opinions to be heard in that. We, of course, expect give and take as a result of that. You all have a role to play, though, whether commission, whether department lead, department head, you are an expert in your space and the responsibility that you have to the city. We ask you to embrace that role and to bring your perspective forward. That's why we spend this day and a half together, because we want your perspective. I know the commission wants your perspective, and I know, commission, that the staff want your perspectives as well. So we're trying to create that forum for you. So if you would engage in the process, we will do our best to put that process in place, give you opportunities to put that out there, and we hope you'll take advantage of the time overall. So there were some things that we said, if we can do these things, that feels like a fair amount of success for us. But I want to put it out on the table for all of you. Are there any additions that you have? Do we all agree on this? Let me put it another way. We walk out of here tomorrow, at the end of the day. What will make you say, this was a successful day and a half on behalf of the city? I've got Nate with a pen, so we're going to capture some of this, and we're going to come back to it tomorrow and ask ourselves if we accomplished that. So, end of day tomorrow. You walk out, that was a good use of the time on behalf of the city. What do you say?
Coming out of here with a forward momentum direction.
Better understanding of where the city's going in the next 2 years.
So not just forward momentum, but clear understanding of what that actually means, right? Taking these goals that we have and making them tangible and saying this is what we're going to do. So specific activities. Okay?
Just to kind of add on to what Mike just said, and in that have something that we can show the community, that the community clearly understands.
What else?
I don't know if it's redundant to what's already been said, but just like clear expectations. I think maybe that I know, we know what
Can you say more about expectations?
Well, I guess if there's a goal identified, is it clear to me that that's the goal I'm gonna be working on and this is what we're expecting to happen in 2 years? And sorry, I need to get to work tomorrow, kind of thing.
So for you in your role, can you see how you can make a contribution, or if not applicable, also?
Right, yeah.
And don't let me put words in your mouth, I'm
No, no,
trying to sell.
I think that's.
I always appreciate a good balance between ambition and achievability, right? So that we've got goals that are gonna stretch us a little bit, make us, work to accomplish something, but it's not so far out of our ability and our resources that we feel, from the start.
So achievable, realistic, aspirational at times, of course, but it's not very good to walk out of here and say, pie in the sky, and then what are we gonna actually accomplish? Fair, thank you, Greg.
Even if we have a lot of the same goals as past biennia, for me it'll be a success if it's not just a carbon copy of things that we've talked about in the past, but new initiatives that we would like to do that aren't just trying to do better at the things we're already doing, which is something that we should be doing in the first place already.
Maybe one more?
I hope we walk out of here that everyone felt like they were able to participate, say what they truly feel, and that we come out of this stronger as a team together.
So Tony, I'm hearing an opportunity to share perspective honestly, openly, and without concern for reaction. Healthy reaction, of course. Very good.
So you're saying safe place?
Absolutely.
Good.
Can I add one more thing?
Please.
I know that staff has been very aware of it. Whenever I carry the goals around with me, which in my car mostly, but it's something that I have taken with me to many meetings. And even if I don't refer to it, I can look back at it and say, if it has something to do with something not unrelated, but for instance, I'm on the Locks Commission. And although I'm not officially representing the city, I bring a city perspective to that. So I can look at our goals and see how that fits in with it. And I do that with a lot of the other committees that I represent the city on. And then when I'm talking to constituents and they ask, how are we doing on X? I can go to the thing and I go, okay, well, we're making progress on that and here's where we are. And so it's clearly a living document. It's not cast in stone, but it gives us the parameters on what direction we're going in, the drop downs and all of these specifics underneath it. So if somebody says, how are we doing on this? I can go, well, as of this date, we are here. And then we expect to be here by this time and, check back in with us or whatever. And so my expectation is that we will come to that same resolution and agree with Adam. It's not going to be exactly the same, but the direction, and it may not be project specific, Aquila, but it'll give the broad umbrella of, okay, we're doing this and this is going to be the achievable goal. Here's how we get there. And then, so it helps me manage my expectations, and then I can help community members that I meet with all the time and say, here's where we are. It's just been helpful, and every year we are making forward progress with this. And like I said, I have all 3 sets that I was involved in with me, so I can look back and see the perspective, and I know I talked to you about that. And I think that's important to take what we did from before and see how it has changed and evolved because of different circumstances, and then we can go, okay, we're here now. It's been an invaluable tool, and I'm glad that it was initiated by staff to help us get on track.
Yeah, so I think, Mayor, what I'm hearing, or at least what I'm hearing, is Yes, it is wonderful that we're going to walk out of here with some degree of alignment and some degree of priority in what we're going to focus on. But and I'm guessing Jared could say this more eloquently than me, but this is a tool for communication to the community as much as it is a guidance for all of us here in the room. It's an opportunity to share with them what we have accomplished and what we're still working on in an honest fashion. All right, Nate, I'm going to turn it over to you, and I'll just preamble, I think, what I said earlier, which is one of the things we heard really over the 2 years ago, and certainly as we head into our time together today and tomorrow, is an opportunity to get to know each other as well. Not just spend the time to put goals out and to agree on our priorities, but an opportunity to get to know one another in a bit of a deeper professional working way. A little bit about who we are. So I'm going to turn that over to Nate with our wonderfully named icebreaker.
All right. So this will be part educational, part interactive, but consider these questions and pull out your phone or your laptop. Visit the website here below, or just go to menti.com and you'll type in that code on the right and answer one of these questions. Hopefully, if you might see your responses. So when working on a team, I prefer to, and you'll make a choice of one of these choices. And so I want you, through this icebreaker, to learn a little about yourself, learn a little bit about the way you work, and the way you work together as a team. All right? Very good.
Too fast.
Oh, okay, I'll go back to the...
Yeah, I now just like.
You just get, yeah,
Sorry.
right. There you go.
Didn't plan on.
So the code is 3999
Yes,
8162. So the options are, I prefer to explore possibilities and big picture ideas, or come up with creative and innovative solutions, analyze options and make informed decisions, inspire and rally others to take action, support and assist my teammates to reach their goals, or to ensure tasks are completed and goals are achieved.
Hey Nate, can we go back one second? We missed the code.
Yep.
Just do the
Yeah, menti.com.
Just menti.com.
Oh, right.
Everybody on menti.com? Good? Can we switch to...
Sorry. Almost. Okay.
You're good. Take your time. It's fine.
Okay, on now. You only get one?
Only get one.
I reject your reality.
Give that phone.
Make your selection. Let's take a view now at how you'll all answer. This was anonymous, so you don't have to fess up or rat out the person next to you. But it looks like the bulk, almost half, prefer to analyze options and make informed decisions. All right, pretty good. Support and assist my team just came in right under the wire there. I like that. Okay. Explore possibilities and big picture ideas. That's good. It's interesting that no one selected inspire and rally others to take action. And the other one that didn't have ensure tasks completed and goals are achieved. So keep how you responded in mind and the distribution here. And I want to introduce you to something that I became familiar with that really helped me understand how I worked, how I prefer to work, how my teammates prefer to work. And so there was some research done by the Table Group, Patrick Lencioni, 5 Dysfunctions of a Team, if you read those books, did a lot of research and realized that there are 6 types of work. And work is a part of almost everything we do in our lives, whether it's work at home or work at school or community groups or even just at work. And the way we get work done and the ways that we prefer to work that are enjoyable, or ways that might be frustrating, are generally captured in these 6 dimensions. And each of us has natural strengths in 2 of these dimensions. And I'll go through and walk through what these are. But then there's also 2 that we find very frustrating. Things that when we're asked to do are just sort of draining. It's kind of like having a coffee cup with a hole in the bottom and you just pour it in and it just falls right out, right? The ones that we tend to prefer are like those well-insulated coffee mugs that you put the lid on and it just maintains that heat, and you just go all day with a nice warm cup of tea or coffee. And then there's 2 in the middle that we are competent at, that we can do, but don't necessarily bring us the particular joy that we'd like to find in our work or fulfillment, and if left doing for a long time, could lead to burnout. And so this is less of a psychological personality type of education or assessment and more of a how you tend to prefer to work. And hopefully you can understand a little bit about yourself and your teammates to see why different things that you do in work are enjoyable or more frustrating and what you can do about those things. This is just a framework to understand. This isn't to put you in any particular category by any means. But if everyone learned and maybe had the verbiage or the language to describe the ways that they tend to prefer to work, or the ways that they tend to, they see others working and being successful, or ways to express certain challenges in the way that they work, I think the better that you set yourself up for success as an individual and the way that you work together as a team, better. So there are 6 dimensions of this framework, conveniently spelling out WIDGET as an acronym. And the first one that I'll introduce you to is wonder. Wonder is asking the big picture questions and wondering why. These are the opportunity identifiers. This is the what ifs. In city government, this could be very useful. Big picture thinkers about what does Oregon City look like in 50 years? Right? This is the endless possibilities. Hey, I see an opportunity here. Maybe there's something we can do about this. Just that big picture idea. People with this genius, they're constantly curious and on the lookout for what could be improved. They could see needs in different teams or in different projects or in the community, and they're not necessarily satisfied with just maintaining the way that things are. Always looking for what's next in those big picture things. The next dimension of the framework is the wonder or the gift of invention. These are the people that see an opportunity and come up with solutions for those opportunities. Maybe it's an idea that someone with wonder pointed out and said, I got an idea, here's 5 different ways we can solve that. Or, this is a natural gift for creating original and novel ideas or solutions. They tend to create something out of nothing. It's that person that you wonder, why is it that you're always suggesting something when a problem is raised? It's not a bad thing. That's a good thing because there's someone thinking about ways that you might address a problem or an opportunity. The next dimension of the framework is discernment. This is evaluating ideas and making judgments. This is a very instinctual, a gut response. This is someone who you just go to advice for all the time. They can read the room and understand the layers or the dimensions that might be going on in a particular situation. These folks have the natural ability to assess a given idea or a situation and provide that guidance. Those are ones that can deal with the ambiguity of the different dimensions of preferences or issues that other folks have, or just it helps cut through the noise, if you will, in different situations. It really really try to come to a conclusion or an insight. The fourth one is galvanizing. And I wonder if you're seeing some ties here to the questions that we asked in the beginning. But galvanizing is the fourth one. This is that person who just has the natural gift of rallying others towards a goal, right? We mentioned momentum as one of the things of success. A person with the gift of galvanizing would be, now that there's an idea and we decided it was a good thing, let's all get going in this direction. They inspire and they rally people and they organize others to take actions. It's great to have someone that you can see as the leader at pushing through something that might be difficult, because without that person taking the first step, you could go in 9 different directions. So the person with a gift of galvanizing is always the one that you see helping folks take that first step. The gift of enablement is supporting and assisting others. It's a natural gift of providing encouragement and showing up, coming alongside other people and say, hey, I see that this is a goal of yours, I'm here to help, here's how I can help you, what else do you need, how can we get this going, what's important to you, here's where I've been. It's that really, enablement can sometimes be used in maybe negative terms, right, enabling bad behavior, but really enablement, it can be a good thing, right, you're enabling good behavior. You have somewhere you want to go, and someone with the gift of enablement can be there to help provide that motivation, encouragement to see things to the first or second step. And finally, the gift of tenacity is someone who is really satisfied or enjoys checking things off the list. Right? This is someone who's very results driven and wants to see the impact of the actions that they and others take to see something through. People who have this, they want to understand what are the required elements of success and what are the standards that we're going to hold ourselves through. And they want to see, that the energy that they put into has the real impact that folks were expecting. They are the ones who are the executors of the project. They might be the project managers, but also the ones getting into the ditches, doing the work. So these 6 types of work, I think you can categorize, or you can think of, hopefully you can identify ways that you've been a part of different project teams, and seeing that having 2 of these, there's probably work that you do or you see other people do, that are more of your natural strengths, and some that are less of your natural strengths. And we need all of these in a team setting to be successful. If you think about having a team full of just wondering folks, they're never going to have a project plan to actually get something done if they don't have anybody with tenacity or if you have lots of folks who are good at discernment but not good at galvanizing people, they'll all agree on what the good idea is, but never know how to mobilize people and get something done or to take the first step. Another example of invention. Not all inventions are good. So if you're going to come up with 10 different ideas to how to solve a problem, you want someone with discernment in the group to help sort through some of those signals and noises to figure out, okay, what's right for this context and setting what we're actually able to do. So it's not bad that you don't have all 6 of these. In fact, I wouldn't expect you to be strong or feel gifted in all 6 of these. I want you to be familiar enough with this framework today. We have a handout for a couple of the activities that we'll do to help you identify what might be your top 2 or your preferred working geniuses. And those pairs of the 2, once you really understand those, you can look at your work through that lens to help realize why you are the way that you are in terms of a work setting, or why certain work assignments in the past might have been frustrating, and then also going forward as you work with a team, do we have the right mix of people to be successful in this? I'll say a little bit more about if the top 2, the preferred strengths, are your geniuses. And the bottom 2, we would call those your frustrations, right? It's that coffee with a hole in the bottom. That's the work that you find completely unenjoyable, you're not really good at, you don't have the ability, and it really, you would want to be finding a new assignment if that was all your job entailed, was doing that type of work, right? And then the 2 in the middle, I'm not sure I gave you the name or the definition of those 2 in the middle. Those are the competencies. Those are the things that you have an ability for, but they don't necessarily bring joy or you feel particularly fulfilled by. You can do those, and it's okay to swing into those areas, if you will, for a little bit, but you prefer to be working the other 2 geniuses. Those are a quick quick summary of what I walked through here. So what I want to do next is give you some time to reflect individually. And I have a handout here, so can you hold it? Provided a summary of the framework and the different dimensions on the first page. So get yourself acquainted with those. And for the next, 5 or 10 minutes, go to page 2 and read through some of the prompting questions and the definition of each of the working use things in this framework. And mark which two you think are your top or your most preferred type, which two you think are the bottom two, and which two you think are the ones right in the middle.
So Nate, my top 2 are my G's, my geniuses.
Yes, exactly.
My bottom 2 are my frustrations, my F's, and then my middle 2 are my competencies.
Exactly.
My C's. Okay.
So you can think of the different, between the geniuses, the competencies, and the frustrations on the sort of chart in the middle, the table in the middle of the first page. Things that you find, there's the satisfaction element, the aptitude, and the enjoyment. So for things that you think are energizing or comes with ease or brings joy when you get to do this type of work, that might be one of your geniuses. If it's neither energizing nor draining, you can do it, average or fairly well done, but you also have a bit of indifference about it. That could be just one of the competencies that you have. And then finally, frustration is something that you might see as draining or particularly difficult. team that you were a part of. What were some examples of work that you've done that you think used two of your working geniuses, or perhaps frustrated you? For example, I know that I'm not an inventor, so coming up with new ideas to solve problems is not my thing. But I'm high on the enablement and the tenacity side of things. So when someone has a good idea, I like to help them figure out what it is and move forward with it and then get it done. But there was an opportunity within the firm about a year ago that I realized, I'm going to have to step into this place of invention to come up with an idea to help with the business development activity, and I knew that that wasn't my thing. And so I got some, so it wasn't necessarily a frustration of mine, it was probably more of a competency, but I got some help from someone else. But I really enjoyed the execution part of it once I had the idea and ran.
Can confirm, make good stuff done.
Some examples of some of the different dimensions I thought about in trying to contextualize it for this group. I mentioned, with Wonder, it's very useful in big picture thinking in what Oregon City might be like in 50 years. Or invention is contributing ideas for what to do with the decommissioned city building. Discernment is maybe providing feedback on a prioritized list of projects. Galvanizing is communicating a proposed city tax to the population to fund a certain project. Let's get people moving in this direction. Here's why. Enablement might be helping to communicate across a large cross-functional project that hits on lots of different folks. And then finally, tenacity is like seeing to it that all aspects of a complicated transportation project are completed thoroughly. That all those boxes are checked with all those crosswalks. Okay. So now that we've done the individual assessment, I'd like to, are we going to use that? Yeah, here we go. So now I'd like you to spend some time in small groups of 4 or 5 to talk about what you learned and to share some of your experiences. So do we want to just number off or cut off in 4?
Let's number off. Let's
We'll
just
number
go
off.
1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and
Yep.
go up like that.
So Mike, we'll start with you. You'll be 1,
2,
3,
4,
1,
2, 4,
1,
3, 4,
1,
3, 4.
1, 2. Great. So grab one of the round tables. We only have 3 back there, so maybe group 1, come over here by Mike. And the instructions for this part are to consider these questions that I've posed here on the board. Which types of work energize you? Share a little bit about your experience, or think of a time when you truly felt energized and accomplished at work. What were you doing, and which genius do you think you tapped into? So this is a part for you to reflect on what you've learned, and also to learn a bit about your peers in these conversations. So grab a table. We'll have about 10 minutes for that. And
Where are the 3s?
One's over here. Yep. So grab some chairs.
Pretty much for the exact opposite of my answer in my life.
Oh, sure.
And the process. Going on 50 years, so
At the end of the day, you got the whole package.
I will offer that.
Well, gosh, thank you. I will honestly say that's one of the personally I find challenging. Well, I always feel that there's a core line there. Everybody predicted it'll be wondering. And sometimes I feel, yes, that's what you should do to, yeah, it is, I will honestly say. Oh gosh, what, you made my day. Yeah, I personally, I agree with you. It's intimidating any things institutions, ideation word every time I take one. This word. How is this going to work? That's what I see my. Is it? And the interesting thing is, like, we all have and a lot of it is it's like, you know, as a director, it's your preferred mode of working or the company. So, yeah, and we all like that.
Someone will do it eventually.
What concerns me?
Check every single box. It was very creative.
Yeah. I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm gonna say at least one James. W, you're a wonder person. I don't think I got to surprise to anybody.
And, I like the idea of we're hoping to go in the direction. I think that, my comments is actually providing So, it's frustrating to me, all that is trying to get people to understand seeing big picture.
Well, that one was originally a question just in some ways going through these. But I went back and forth. All right. Because I do get paid to do that. So maybe it's there because the joy that it's maybe it's the external factors are there. But so mine were W and T, which is number 13. Be careful. And I think the question I was looking at I'm thinking about like when those days rightly so for an interview like this. One, from my perspective, having not been as involved as many people who have been on our motion prior to being involved for years. Always being that this is how we always do. This is what we do here in Oregon City. This is me. And that's what I try during my tenure to. Okay.
2 more minutes in the groups. 2 more minutes.
New ideas, and that's one of the things that I said when we were going through that main success. Like, I don't want us to just rework the existing goals that we have for several times.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
New things happening.
It's not surprising, for observing the way you work. Areas of I might have a very good part.
you're done with your current discussion, come on back. And we'll do a bit of debrief as a big group.
That's what we're all about. On this corollary, we tried to actually do the work.
Last week you went very fast. How long was that?
Yeah, 10 years. Exactly. Let's try it.
Maybe you like the world some more than it's done.
Right, so we're just going to spend the next probably 5 minutes or so just reflecting on some of the things that you discussed or learned, or maybe aha moments in your individual groups. So can I get a couple volunteers to share any key insights or aha moments or maybe light bulb moments as you walk through things as a group? I'll call on names because you all have name tags now. So I just,
We'll swap this.
So you swap it. It just works for me.
I think it was two things. I think I realized, a little bit about myself, but at the same time I kind of knew what it was, right? But it's hard to kind of go inward and really discern where you're sitting and what is really your competency, what is your genius, and what you have hard time in. You really have to think about it.
Yeah. What else? Did you learn anything about a colleague or someone else at your table? Did you all point at the one person and say, "Ha, I knew it"? Mike, what are you gonna say?
Well, I kind of predicted what one person's genius was going to be, and they are, but it turns out they don't really like doing that.
Okay.
So it's like a realization that that's part of the job, and brings that face every day, but it's not necessarily, and I'm sure it must be emotionally draining, because you're fighting against, trying to do something that you're not really excited. That's not right. Yeah, I can't think of the right word right there, but just, that's what they bring out, but it's not really what they enjoy, I guess. Anyway.
I had a realization that I appreciate sometimes what frustrates me on the list. Where you may have had a moment where someone's approach kind of frustrated you or was annoying, but at the end of the day, I appreciate it. So all of a sudden it's not there.
You also shouldn't beat yourself up for not being strong in an area that you wish you were. Part of this is there's so much research behind this. There's so much evidence that says there really are 2 of these areas that you are gifted in, and 2 of them that you're just not, and that's okay. And everybody's different, right? And so you think about this in relationships at home with a spouse, right, or your partner. Maybe you're both not good at the getting things done part, so getting the trash out on Friday mornings is really kind of hard, right? So it's okay. It's not bad. It's just different. And so knowing those frustrations with the group or the partners or whoever you're working with gives you that awareness, that awareness to work around those things. Outsource it if you need to, or hire it out, or bring someone into the team who does have that type of ability and capability or that genius.
Well, I guess the other part I guess going with what Mike said, the frustration may be that I'm not good at it or comfortable at it, and so you focus more energy into that to be better at it, right? I mean, so it's not necessarily frustration, it might be a weakness. So maybe, I don't know if there's a difference there, but it is that sometimes you focus on the things that you're not very good at to make it so that you're seen like you're better at it, right? So it's also like, okay, these are things that frustrate me, why do they frustrate me? Are there things I can do to mitigate that?
I think along those lines, so kind of what I'm sharing was some of my example. So one of my geniuses is discernment. previous director's genius was invention. So he'd throw these ideas out. And I would always be quick to like, well, let's change this, let's do this, let's adjust it. And it used to frustrate me at times because it was like these ideas that didn't feel always thought through. And now that it's not here, now I don't have that person throwing out that idea, right? And so now who's coming up with the ideas, right? So you can't discern an idea if it's not out there. And then, so I followed this program for 4 or 5 years, and when I learned about my discernment kind of focus, I think it really helped in my home life. My husband would always kind of like, John, would you throw out an idea? And I'd be like, oh, let's change this, let's do this. And he was like, all you do is pick apart my idea. I was like, well, this is why, and that's what kind of brings me energy and motivates me. And so now that we have a little better understanding, that helps. But I think sometimes it's finding who has those geniuses that you don't have and leaning into that, and instead of trying to tackle something by yourself, you're pulling in another team member that brings a genius you don't have. So really kind of thinking that, about that either within your individual teams or around this table, who brings that genius you don't have.
Thank you, that was a great example. So I hope you've learned something a bit about yourself and a bit about your peers, and maybe have some new language to use when you find that, hey, this is working really good, or hey, that person's doing a great job and I wonder what's going on there, or why am I frustrated by, I'm just always throwing out new ideas, and it just means more work for me. Like, you can understand a little bit more about the environment in which you work. But I want you to keep these kind of 3 summary items in mind. It takes all kinds. If it was all homogeneous and it was all one type or the other type, we would struggle to get things done, or we'd struggle to have new ideas, or to choose the right things to do, right? So it takes all types. And knowing yourself and knowing your colleagues helps you take advantage of those differences for the better of your work and your team and your group, and for your own health and satisfaction in the work that you're doing. And play to those strengths. I know oftentimes, and this isn't just in this framework, but I'm a big believer in focusing more of your time on the things that you're good at, rather than spending a disproportionate time trying to fix the things you're bad at. Now, minimize the impact of the things you're bad at, but the more that I can develop a top performer in an area that they're really successful, or give them the opportunity to succeed there's so much more value that comes from that. So play to your strengths. Put yourself in those situations where you can use your geniuses, put other people in those places where they can use theirs, and try to avoid those frustrations. But know that sometimes there are times where you need to play in the middle ground of your competency. So thank you. I hope you enjoyed that. This is my first time delivering this as an icebreaker type activity, and I'm glad that there's someone who's at least familiar with it a little bit. If you want to learn more, some of you found the 3rd page of my 2-page handout. You can read a little bit more about the different pairings of those geniuses. You can go through those and read that a bit more. If you're really interested, I definitely would recommend visiting workinggenius.com. There's an assessment that you can take. It's a science-backed sort of self-assessment, and it will break down geniuses, the relationship with them to, and I think it's like $20 or something. It's not terribly expensive, but it's something to do as a follow-up. Maybe you do it as a team, maybe as an individual. It's helpful in lots of different situations. So, with that, we're right on schedule for the next agenda item, which will be our public comment. So I'll hand it over to you, Mayor.
We have 2 people that want to speak. We'll stick to our normal time limits. So, James Hill.
Is there a mic or Suzanne?
You can just stay with it.
So, good evening, everyone. I'm James Hill. I live in Oregon City. I want to introduce my comments by recounting a story from a couple years ago, where I was graced for an hour and a half by Commissioner Mike Mitchell, who joined me at Pioneer Pizza, maybe for an hour and a half, at the corner of the main room next to the window. And he very patiently and attentively allowed me to bend his ear mercilessly about my longstanding concern about our charter provision that has the city manager hire and fire and control our city attorney. Because I've seen over the past 15 years innumerable distortions of process leading to very bad decisions and stumbling into this debacle or this embarrassment over and over again. And the reason that was such a good day for me was when I talk about that problem, which involves the interplay of the charter, the code, and the ordinary rules of professional conduct, which is the ethics rules for attorneys, it's a complex thing to try to understand. Most of the time I try to explain that, and I'm not going to try to explain it tonight. Most of the time I explain that, people's eyes glaze over. It just goes right over their heads. But I was utterly amazed, just utterly amazed that night that Commissioner Mitchell got it. He got it. I just was astounded. And I walked out of that happy hour or whatever, wherever. I was walking on air. I was just like, man, somebody finally gets this. And I was just like so encouraged that I've had a breakthrough, maybe something's going to change. Well, here we are a couple years later, and nothing's changed. And now I'm watching the city stumble into another minor or major debacle with this attempt to extinguish our urban renewal right to vote. And I see yet again this being in part a process issue where the city commission is not getting the straight story from the city attorney because of an agenda that the city commission, that the city manager is raising. I hate to say that, that's an inconvenient truth, but that's what I do. So, the reason I've come here to your goal setting session is to once again, yet again, be real and respectfully request that the commission include in its goals, finally in good faith, addressing the problem of the charter provision that has the city manager control the city attorney. So, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm not young. I count my days now a little bit more carefully, and I want to personally thank every one of you that are contributing to try and do best to making a better world. Your efforts are important. I believe in the right to vote. I believe in our democracy. And I would not like to see it abridged with a charter amendment that violates it. It even might force me at this point in my life to enter into a lawsuit, which is not my first choice. But I've gone through some of the urban renewal taxes, the TIF, and looking at what it is. And we could have a lot of money taken away from the budget, like just from the city of Oregon City. And we know our finance director can tell you the impact of PERS, the new rate increases. But the city of Oregon City, over the next 10 years, if we were to enter into a division of taxes again, where the money does not go to the individual taxing districts, we would be taking money right out of parks. We're taking money right out of the police department. We would cause reductions in staff. Because we're really talking about, potentially $5 million over the next 10 years that would be taken away from the tax revenue just of Oregon City. And that would affect services. That would affect the outreach. And somebody like myself going out to the public and saying, hey, what do you want? Do you want money going to these parks? Do you want money going to the police? Do you want money going to creating good housing or staffing that's needed to make this machine work? Hell yes. And I'm just turning around and saying, right now, there is no money being taken out by TIF from urban renewal, and the option is there. And so if you do go about trying to take that money out, you're going to affect a whole lot of people, and you're going to create some hurt, and the voters will know about it, because it's wrong. If you want to do urban renewal, I come out of a business community. If you want to do urban renewal, start from a new tax base. The $50,000, $50 million frozen tax base of the urban renewal district right now should be adjusted. You can't go about just putting more debt on it. There's enterprise zones. There's a whole lot of different options that are out there.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Yes, we're moving on to our next item.
No further comment?
So one of the things that Steve and I did to prepare for this was sit down and interview each of the commissioners and ask a series of questions to help us get up to speed on what was going on the last couple of years, what's of most importance, and how can we craft this retreat to be a successful event. A similar version of that was done with a survey to the department heads to ask some very similar questions. So I'd like to share now for the next few minutes a summary of those survey responses. Thank you all for those who responded. And I want to say that we've focused on responses in the surveys that spoke to things that impacted the community. There's a lot of good insights about, hey, I appreciate working across departments and different initiatives and things like that. But since we're considering the goals for the broader city, I wanted to make sure that we we were able to surface the insights that considered these goals and ultimately the broader community. So first off, homelessness response and community support. There were lots of different responses that pointed out some major progress that has been made with the health unit, support programs, and the grants for the community court and homeless outreach specialists. So a lot of the plans that have been made have come to fruition, and many of you have pointed out how that has had some positive impact. So things that are going well, here's just a couple different areas when it comes to this category of homelessness and community support. Though there was a couple of call-outs for there being limited resource and different concerns of growing homelessness issue, whether it's right-of-way problems or just an increase in volume or camp cleanups, other issues. There's still some work to be done. In the housing and growth management perspective, it seems like we're adapting well to the state housing mandates and the tree preservation codes. I know that there's sometimes a lot of tension involved in those things, and sometimes some of the feedback that we got was the state can sometimes force mandates upon us, but there was a lot of work, or a lot of the responses that talked about how well the staff is adjusting to those, considering the effects in Oregon City. But the challenge was, as the city grows, in some of the community survey responses, how do we manage that tension that exists between the need for affordable housing, how that affects infrastructure from a public works perspective, or even just traffic. So these are things that were coming up in the survey. Finally, the third one, I have a second slide, but in the third category of neighborhood and community engagement, multiple folks pointed out how the neighborhood associations all have restarted or seem to be really engaged. I think there's just one remaining that is almost back working again, so that's been a very positive thing at soliciting input and having a way to communicate through the neighborhood associations. And we see some great progress in the library with their student library card program. These are all notable effects that your goals drive different projects that drive community impact. So I'm sure some of these details will come up in the detailed goal response, but wanted to call that out here. There were some interesting ideas that came up with some opportunities to conduct business with local businesses. This kind of plays on both economic development and community engagement. Maybe there are some ways that you all should share in different times, ways to do business with small businesses in Oregon City for needs that the city has for different events or different needs. Just an idea there. And again, there's a noted need for staffing and funding to sustain engagement with the community in this area. Next was public safety and cleanliness. It seems like the change with code enforcement to the police department has gone well. A couple of call-outs for some impacts there that the community will undoubtedly have affected. So your focus from a goals and a projects perspective definitely is feeling that positive impact there. We have a number of scenarios that were shared about positive responses from businesses about those efforts, but there is also the challenge of the need for ongoing collaboration to maintain those public spaces. The reasons for those situations can change sometimes, so it's not a one-size-fits-all scenario, but making some changes as a result of the goals to be better equipped to handle those. And then finally, the transportation infrastructure concerns. It's growing in some ways. It's kind of an interesting scenario with the broader county, but also the decisions that they're making that affect the Oregon City residents. And so these are all things that are on your mind. It came up in the survey response. So there are some risks when it comes to the traffic congestion and road infrastructure as the housing expands. But from more of the internal responses in the departmental survey, it sounds like there's a lot of good cross-collaboration between folks. But these were the things that were on the mind of the staff members who responded. Some things that have gone really well, like you saw, and some things that have some opportunities for improvement or continued focus. We'll have some time in the discussions tomorrow as we discuss the goals in detail. So those of you who responded to the survey, please think back to some of those responses and use those as different examples or maybe talking points to work things out in the discussion of the goals. But it was really helpful for us to get an idea of where your head's at, what has gone well, what still needs some improvement, and so thank you for sharing that detail. Yeah, we might be going to the same place, so go for it. So while this is a summary, I know a lot of you put in some good work and detailed work at filling out your survey. Is there anything that I might have glossed over or skipped, or that you might want to mention specifically in the survey from the department heads that you filled out that wasn't called out here?
Or even reactions to what we did put out there. Look, remember what we said about day one is trying to get on the same page, bringing forward all of your perspectives. So maybe if you even just go back to the first page and just keep it, with these topics. Like, what else should we hear from all of you, department staff and commissioners? Are there any questions you have, or any feedback or thoughts or points of clarity that you'd like on this? I want to make sure that we're fulfilling our commitment to you to give you the time to have this conversation. So the forum is yours to have that.
Well, speak up. So one of the things that I don't really remember what I put in the survey, but I remember one thing was that I feel like we need a lobbyist or a shared lobbyist with another city. And so a lot of these things maybe could be addressed through that. One of my challenges is keeping up with all of the legislative bills that come through. I have LOC lunch meetings often, so I can tune into that and try to hear what the latest legislation is, and there's like 50 bills that I've never heard of that I need to read about. So that would be helpful for me in my job, and I think some of these things that are identified.
Other thoughts, feedback, comments, color comments?
So I'm gonna make a very slight editorial correction. So we have about 6 very active neighborhood associations, and I think they're not re-engaging. I mean, they're already engaged. We have 2 that have come back, and that's probably what you meant by increased participation.
Yes.
You probably just skimmed it over. So the other groups have been there. But I think the thing is that in order to continue to facilitate that participation, I agree that the challenge is staffing. there is a need to continue to engage in outreach to folks, and I think we've just gotten better and better at it over time. I think people are seeing the value in their neighborhood association. It's not just a place to come and bitch about something, but you can have positive changes or positive impact in your own, niche, in your own neighborhood. And then I think the cross collaboration is good. Obviously, I have served on the CIC at one point in time, and I felt that they're, rather than just sort of responding to things all the time, I would like to see them be a little more, proactive. And they were doing something where they would have different neighborhood association officers go to other neighborhood associations. That kind of fell off but I would like to see them do that again, because I think it gives people a perspective about what's going on in another part of the city that you may not engage in. The lobbyist idea is a great idea. West Lynn has one, so maybe we should share with them. But yeah, the bills are, actually, they're just coming fast and furious.
Other comments, thoughts? Or commissioners, any questions or points of clarity or curiosities from your side as well?
Were these just staff insights then?
Yeah. And a couple notable ones that were more internally focused and less like goals related. It seems like a lot of the IT infrastructure things have rolled out really well. The changing the finance system and budgeting helps with a lot of the internal, city operations stuff. So it's not that I didn't note those things. Those are good. They're just less visible necessarily to the public. It helps you do your work better, which is great, which means you can serve the community better. So I do want to acknowledge those things. So those were some great things to share as well.
Maybe one thing for the commissioners to think about as we kind of try to move through this, right, is that you'll notice here increased homeless, increased population, increased requests for services. And it's how do we have that conversation about how do we prioritize and make sure we can do those things well, right? It's not always just an ad, right, or an ad without resources. I think we've done a pretty amazing job of kind of balancing, trying to provide services and new services to an expanding community with differing needs or differing objectives that the commission would like. But I think just through this process and then the budget process of just like, okay, I think this gets back to what are the goals and what are the expectations if, let's say, funding is going to stay stable, right, where it's at. Like, the direction I've given staff is maintain existing services. Let's see where we're at, and then whatever is left, hopefully that little bit we can do something new, right? And so that's what we're trying to get to kind of help facilitate this conversation. But we're pushing 40,000 people. We've had discussions about the pool, the Indian Trail, finishing parks, PD service. But then we have these additional things that aren't honestly commission goals, but we have to do, right? Addressing homelessness, right? The fact that we have a behavioral health specialist, caseworkers, like that's just straight general fund money, right? That traditionally we've never had to do, but we've been able to make it work. And I thank everybody in the room. We've managed to our budgets. We're not falling off a cliff financially, but you can feel the stress a little bit, right? Like the library wants to do more, the pool has more demands on it, PD has more demands on it. Planning is just, all we're doing is responding to legislative directives, let alone, there's not a lot of planning work going on. So just realize there's just a lot of stretch going on right now as we kind of move through this process.
Did you go back to 4 and 5?
Yeah, absolutely. Any other thoughts before we wrap up here?
I think the staff has done a fantastic job in navigating through things, with regard to the state, the staff almost got to feel up with some of that stuff. But we've been trying to do it the Oregon City way. We're not just blindly following this, and this, but we have to make it fit within the confines of the community that we have. And everything that are in those mandates don't fit everybody. So we have to figure out where the best fit is for us, meeting the needs of our community, plus trying to, I'll say, semi-appease the state. But when push comes to shove, I have to go with the community every time. Thank you, state, we appreciate this, but we gotta do it like this. This is what works. Our former Commissioner O'Donnell, our big, I said, we're gonna get t-shirts that all say livability on them.
I was just gonna say, these things are pretty high level and, they're not directly related to me specifically, because I'm not on the works, right? But a lot of these, I'm somewhat of a service organization, so even though it directly affects what I do or what I try to help with, they can, especially if resources are needed for some of these to be able to maintain or something, like Tony said, right? If trying to stay status quo is great, but hey, we're needing to do this, and now we need technology to be able to do it.
It's a very enabling service, right?
Yeah, and with a lot of things happening in the world with cybersecurity, that's increasing our reasons for doing things, so just keep that in mind as we go.
Yeah, and Mike, to reiterate what Nate shared earlier, we really did focus on sharing some of the external facing feedback that we got, and that is in no way to take away from all the good progress that's been made.
Yeah, and that's not even, that's not even what I was thinking, because this stuff's way important, right? It's really important to maintain that outreach to the public, that's what we're here for. So.
We do have a couple more minutes before we take a break, although we can certainly break it, when we need. But any other comments, questions, or thoughts? Again, commissioners, anything you'd like more clarity on, or any direct questions you have that you want to raise? Department head, staff, anything that you want to make sure we hear. Again, this is the giving you more information mode, and that's open to you and available to you. Any surprises?
Have a great
Mayor, you have
30 seconds?
You just had public comment. Did you want to say something now, even though we had some time earlier?
Yes.
Okay, please feel free.
Thank you. Regarding the survey results, I found two that don't seem to be mentioned well enough. One is the quality of service that the staff provides the public was the number one comment.
Are you talking about the community survey or that survey? The staff survey?
No, the
community survey?
Community
Okay,
survey.
thank you. I'm just trying to get on the same page with you.
The second one, it gets mentioned even less than not at all, is economic growth. Yeah. Economic growth that really doesn't get discussed too much. The fact that this community needs jobs and it needs opportunities for people to grow their businesses. If we don't want to just be a bedroom community, we need to have more businesses in Oregon City.
Thank you, Ron. Appreciate it.
I think we've reached a point where you've got half an hour break for dinner, so I think Mary gathered us out, so there we go.
Any instructions about dinner that we need to know?
No, you'll just pick up your food on the way out, it's in the hallway. Probably go in, try to organize going through one door, coming out the other. And then we have round tables in the back for you to sit at.
Thank you all. Thanks.
like you need to get up and go to the restroom, please go.
Just to manage our expectations for the rest of our time together this evening, we're going to move into a section where I'm going to ask Tony and our department heads to go through a review of progress against goals. This should be in keeping with a lot of the documentation we put out to the public and that you have in your possession as well. We thought it was an opportunity to get us all on the same page once again. After that, we're going to turn it over to the commissioners, and they've been given heads up that we're asking them to do this, again, to share their perspective. So again, trying to round out all of our points of view and all the information that we can as we head into tomorrow. So 2 different sections that we're going to use to finish up our day. In terms of timing, we are certainly on track, on time, and have no concerns there with getting what we wanted to done. Questions or comments, feedback, thoughts?
A small recess in between the 2.
Absolutely, we could do a small recess in between.
I mean, like, and back, because the ladies' room is like way.
I'm hearing a bio break kindness would be appreciated. Comments, questions, thoughts, concerns on the time we've spent together already, or anything we've covered? Even just comments. Okay, Tony? Over to you.
So we're gonna walk through, we've been giving quarterly updates to the commissioners on the commission goals and where we're at, some of the projects that we've worked on. So I'm proposing that we just go through them one by one and have the directors or staff responsible for each of those just give a brief update. Most of this, you should know, it'll kind of be some of the things that they've been working on or just updates on where we're at in that process. And then, if there are questions, let us know, otherwise we'll go to the next one and just kind of keep moving through them. So try to keep it moving, they'll be high level. If you have specific questions, like I said, feel free to ask, and we'll try and answer those. But why don't we just go straight down the list and we'll start with Patrick.
Goal 1.
Goal 1.
Nice to have an opportunity to provide a brief update. Remember, goal one is to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion for a safe, inclusive community organization. Overall, things are going very well. There's been a lot of positive energy and engagement and momentum around our DEI efforts, particularly with our city employees, which has been great to experience. We are currently in month 12 of that 16-month engagement with Lamont Brown and Triangle Advisory Group. Lamont was here back in November to present to the commission, and most recently was on site in early January where he met with the work the employee work group conducted employee training and also led a community task force meeting. I'll highlight just kind of 3 initiatives that were helping drive this progress. First, the employee DEI work group, which Lamont helped establish, has been a key driver for the energy and activity that I mentioned. The group consists of about approximately 24 employees and continue to meet on a bi-monthly basis. It's been a great opportunity for employee engagement, good conversation, exploration of DEI concepts and learning. It's been interesting to watch that group kind of change just a little bit, but really focus on the principles of inclusion and belonging, almost working on workplace culture, and it's just been a really great value add. A couple recent contributions, the group participated in the development and review of the employee state survey that Lamont facilitated, and have also reviewed and provided feedback on a number of kind of policy questions or issues that either came up with that state survey or otherwise. So that's been fun. The other key initiative is DEI training. Lamont has completed all phases of the training plan. There were 2 sessions with city leadership, so that's all managers and supervisors within the city. The first being a foundational training covering bias, terminology, exploring cultural competencies, and then the second phase with the leaders work through some case studies, exploring leadership's role in applying DEI principles effectively in the workplace. And then he also just finished up the 4 sessions of the foundational training with all city staff. So we helped set up and create 4 full different training sessions and captured almost everybody. It's great. The training has, I think, laid the foundation for more understanding and more inclusive and kind something that we get to feel as staff and experience every day. The Community DEI Task Force is also in full swing. They've held 4 meetings so far. Their next meeting is scheduled for the evening of March 18th. The Community Task Force has recently collaborated on the development of a mission statement and discussed a revised name for the group, which they hope to enhance inclusion across the Oregon City community. It sounds like they're set to vote on the ideas of a new name on March 18th meeting. They also participated in some training with Lamont. They've explored demographic data of Oregon City to attempt to better understand who makes up the city and community, and also discussed community engagement strategies. As you might remember, the task force member, Darcy Southwell, joined Lamont to provide that commission update back in January. And the group has shown considerable appreciation for the commission's support of this work and have a strong desire to continue to meet going into 2026-27. They also have discussed an interest and the importance of conducting an external DEI assessment that would be focused on the community, the residents, parents, families, similar to what the city did, their internal assessment first phase. That group understands that both of those ideas and initiatives would require additional professional facilitation and staff support, so things that they're talking about, they're aware of. That pretty much wraps up my summary. The key initiatives for Goal 1. I think I just want to reiterate, thank you for the continued support, and I hope you feel confident in these activities and strides we've made towards this goal.
And I think the other thing that is interesting what came out of this too was the state survey that we did with all the employees. I think we gave you an update on that. Had about 107 responses. We did give a presentation to all staff on the results and kind of a 4-point action plan that came out of that. Some of the things, there's things that we can do pretty simply. Some of the things we'll have to put through contracts, negotiate. Some things are going to be budget driven as to what we can implement over the next 2 years. But it has been a great way to engage with the employees. Alex and I, once we did an online meeting with all staff, and then we followed that up with individual meetings with each department. So we've gotten through probably a little bit over half the departments so far, with the remaining schedule coming up over roughly the next month, to really just be able to come and talk to, in person, each of the departments. Because you can imagine, right, when we talk about communication, it can be very different, the communication in police versus the communication at the pool and with the lifeguards. And so while it's all under communication, it might be very different in terms of what the needs are for those departments. Any questions on any of that?
Yeah, the mayor pointed out too, we are working on some HR policies and hiring practices, but with regards to hiring practices, like we had some early conversations and then kind of wrapping up the set of projects we hope to define or put together a guideline for our hiring. And a couple of key components might be kind of confirming that we're using blind application review, establishing diverse interview panels with appropriate information and training before taking place on or participating on that panel. Thinking about making sure we're advertising broadly to our job openings, and then setting up and making sure we're putting out inclusive recruitment materials that reflect our values. So just some other things that are that project we're working on, trying to improve our hiring practices.
All right, we'll go on to the next one, 2.1. Mike, can you give information?
Yeah, so this last biennium, we've been doing a lot of work on cybersecurity with the event. We wanted to make sure that the city's secure. So we've got tools such as firewall management and device management called Lumio. And we're continuing to improve that. We had Darktrace, which is a network monitoring tool, and during the event, it did nothing. We got rid of them, we moved into, purchased a new tool called Vectra. And they have 24/7 human monitoring for us, so we're including them, giving them tools to allow the ability for them, if they see something at 2 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, to be able to lock down a device or lock down a person, to really help with that cybersecurity process. So that's really going to help the staff, maintained by us, making sure systems are up and running and protected. That's going to really help. We're also looking at moving into a cloud-based solution for emergency operations. If something happens to the city, one of the things that's really necessary is specifically for GIS, for us to be able to get access to where all the lines are at, where the waters are at. If there's an emergency, and trying to think ahead and put things in place so that those are always available, even if the city's out of power, it's flattened, or there's something going on, that we can access that data from another state, or access that data from down south, or up north, wherever we need to get it, we can get to it. Which is disaster recovery, backups, and everything else that goes with it. It's Azure. We're also working on trying to improve services inside the city by moving to a cloud-based operation, OneDrive and Teams, which will help with record retention, allow us to be able to get to things remotely much easier than what we have today, backing that up as well. And then we got a new network analyst, Stephen. He's been extremely helpful in making sure that we're following best practice. He's been able to go through and validate some of the things that were not happening, such as temperature control within our server rooms, so that if something does happen, we get notified on time before something really goes bad. And then we're also looking at multi-factor authentication, which is going to continue to improve and continue to be rolled out to other services. Some of the CJIS requirements for PD are going to be in the future that you have to have MFA to log into your device.
We don't, I don't know that.
Multi-factor authentication. And so that if we're going to do that to police, we may roll that out to the rest of the city. And obviously, this is all discussion topics that we're going to need to talk with management to make sure that everybody's in agreement with that. And then we also, one of the big things that we are almost done with, which I know, Mayor, you kind of are very like, is our project pages and the ability for a map on our website. That's the other thing that we've done, is improved our website. It was a lot of work to get through that, but it's been beneficial, although there are limitations. But our project pages are right now kind of living well, but they could go down because of the Mutacode service that is no longer going to be provided. We have built a tool with the services that we now have within the city through Microsoft Power Automate and some GIS capabilities and other things that we've been able to bring to where that dynamic map for those projects are going to still be on the website, controlled by us. It's not going to go anywhere, and it's going to be better. We're going to be able to add things such as searching by address and other things that's really going to help citizens. And one of the things that I always think of whenever I look at things to improve, I want to try and make sure that some of it is citizen focused, even though we're an internal service department. Everything that I try and do, I think about how is this going to either improve staff's capability to support the public, support the city, or other technical things that we can do to help that, such as these project pages. So things are going good. We got a lot of plans coming up, a lot of inside infrastructure stuff that we're going to need to work on, but so far doing quite well. I think things have stabilized from when I first joined it. Anyway.
Questions for Betty?
So when you talk about making it easier to access, I don't always have a lot of good things to say about the city of Portland, but their system, Portland Maps, you go to it, you type in an address, boom, everything you want to know about me. I've even typed in our addresses in Oregon City that will give you some limited information, but maybe that's all you need to know. But I have had a lot of frustration trying to access something in Clackamas County, a property out in the county. It's just, I don't even know what that is. It's terrible. So I'm looking at, you could type in an address in Oregon City and then, I mean, in our city limits, and basically you can find out.
Our map services with GIS, Chris Dunlop has done a great job of trying to make sure that has a lot of information in that service. And one of the things that we're looking at to make it so that citizens will always have access to that is moving that into a cloud-based solution that Esri has, so that even if the city's network or anything in the city is down, that will still be up and running. And anybody in the city can still get to that data. It's more secure, it's redundant because it's on Microsoft's hardware. So there's a lot of reasons why we want to put our GIS structure up there. What I was talking about was the actual, when you look on the project page for a project that's happening in the city, right? That is going to be rolling out here shortly, probably in a week or two, with a brand new look and feel that our GIS guy Chris has built the application, and we're going to be in full control of it. Right now, it's just kind of replicating what we have, but we will add the ability to search by address for a project that's coming in or is in active status.
All right, next, we have capital projects.
Sure, for capital projects, a couple of project updates. Continue to work on the Quiet Zone project. We did just late this week receive the design acceptance package or the 30% concept plans that came with a cost estimate. The team is currently taking that construction cost estimate along with the consultant.
Go ahead, I skipped, when you're done.
Okay, I paused because I'm 2.3, sorry. So we're compiling the cost estimate for construction along with our consultant cost, anticipated cost of coordination with the railroad, and we'll, once we kind of have that full cost estimate pulled together, then our intention is to bring that back for an update to the city commission. So should have that here in the next couple of weeks. I'm working through getting some of those numbers off ODOT, so it might take a week or two. On our inflow and infiltration program and our sewer program, we've completed 2 projects and have 2 under construction. Again, thank you for your patience on Walla Avenue while we work through some of that work. And we've got an additional 7 projects planned in the upcoming year, so we'll be proposing in the budget. Again, this program is 33% reimbursable through our sanitary sewer treatment provider for decreasing our flows in our system. Our pavement maintenance utility fee or PMUF program, the 2024 project is complete. We also just recently completed the 5-year plan, so we have an idea of where we're heading and where we're paving in the next 5 years. That was coordinated with our utility projects. And so some of those paving projects get pushed out a year so that we can get those utilities done and we can complete the corridor. And so we've completed that, and our project for 2025 is just getting ready to go out for bid with construction anticipated in July. Our WIFIA program for our water work is moving along. We opened bids for the Walla Avenue transmission main project. That project is anticipated to get started in February, so ideally we'll have that sewer work and those lane impacts completed, and then we'll start, and the water project will travel down the Walla Avenue from the Mountain View Reservoir all the way to Beaver Creek. So that's about a 14-month construction period. So we tried to place the water line in the center turn lane as much as possible to minimize impacts, but will be a little bit of a impact. We've also kicked off design on our second transmission project, which will run a new transmission pipe from around the area of Beaver Creek and Myers Road out to our reservoir at Henry C. So that project will, between those 2 projects, that should help us better run our system and be able to provide that transmission pipe out to the reservoir will include a pump station that will support development of the golf course. And then the pipe project on Holmes Lane is just about wrapping up. So we've had the sewer projects come through there, the water projects come through there, and that one will be scheduled for paving, I believe, in 2026. So working slowly through there as well. And then continuing to coordinate with IT on our SCADA isolation project. And I'm gonna, I don't remember what SCADA stands for, but it's basically the computer system that operates our water and sewer system. And we just always call it SCADA, and I'm not sure what the actual stands for.
I had to ask myself what it was. I wrote it down somewhere, but not in.
There we go, I had to phone a friend. Supervisory control and data.
Acquisition.
Yeah. And then for stormwater, with the Barkley Hills outfall, we have seen a little bit of erosion after that project, so we'll come back next year and do some updates and fixes to that. So that's my update for capital projects.
Going back.
Do not pave Holmes Lane, it has definitely slowed the traffic down. It is like because there's so many little bumps and there's plates in there. The traffic has been way better. I think maybe we should just leave it with a few little imperfections. So they don't, because once it's paved, it'll be like they hit Molalla and they will put the pedal to the metal to Lynn Avenue, what it was doing before they started doing the construction. Yes, I'm serious. He's definitely been a traffic control device.
Which was great ideas.
This is a great idea.
Don't
Now it's gonna get implemented. Somebody's gotta do the T part.
Any other questions on infrastructure, some of the bigger capital projects? Sorry.
No worries. So just an update on PERT's SDC methodology. A little bit of background, PERT's SDCs were last updated in 2000, so maybe time to do that. So we've been working on that project since early 2024, working with the Gagliardi Rothstein Group. We had our first work session with the City Commission back in October, which was a good discussion, lots of good feedback on that draft methodology. And we have our next work session scheduled for this coming Tuesday on October 11th to review those changes, those updates. And then, I'm sorry, February.
Yeah, well, this is October, whoa, okay.
In the in-between time, we've been working with staff from planning and public works to review that methodology, make sure that it's functional and it meets all our needs, and then also working with the consultant to address the concerns or feedback that was identified during our last work session. So that's the update there. We'll talk more on Tuesday. Questions?
All right, let's go back to Public Works.
All right, 2.4 transportation, so sidewalk and bike lane safety infill. So one of the projects that we identified an opportunity to provide a sidewalk infill is our 2025 paving project. We'll be paving Warner Melanie. So I think we're scheduled to bring an option to you guys in early March. We've tried to work with the property owner about adding some sidewalk where it's missing. There's a tree in the way, so we will need to make a decision about, is it a sidewalk or a tree? So we'll present you those options and allow you to provide that direction to staff. On that one, we haven't had a lot of other projects where we've been able to add sidewalks and bike lanes, but we continue to look for opportunities for upcoming projects.
Questions about sidewalks?
Alright, 2.5, transportation, related to the sidewalk assistance program. So the program was initiated with a $200,000 per year funding, and in the document I shared that since the program was initiated in July of 2023, we processed 57 applications for a total of 126,000. first year, we had 44 properties and about 100,000, and then this partial year, we've had 17 properties for 30,800. I think we continue to advertise the program. I believe we were at a recent Cottonwood Neighborhood Association sharing information about the program. So we continue to do that. We do have a handful of active code enforcement files related to sidewalk violations. I think we've received 3 so far this year, and then we've got another 15 from 2023 and 24 that are still unresolved.
Maybe you just give an update too on the Holcomb Safe Routes to School.
Yes, the Holcomb Safe Routes to School project is making good progress this week. Lumen provided the final design for the relocation of their poles and lines. I think their crew came out this week and probably pretty close to being done, maybe another week or so. And so we will make that May updated timeline and be presented.
Can I ask a question? Yeah, definitely.
Can you talk about what the legal process will look like in trying to recoup the funds that was caused by their delay? Going back to what was presented to us on the consent agenda, I just preferred not to take the one item we had on the consent agenda off the consent agenda. But since we're talking about it now, could you go into depth about what that process is going to look like?
I haven't spent a ton of time with the city attorney, but the intention is to go after Lumen for the delays that they caused. So that their failure to relocate their utilities caused us a delay and caused extra work for the contractor. And so that change order that we processed this week for the 140,000, those were hard costs for time and materials that the contractor shared with us. It's unclear if the contractor is going to claim any additional delays, but we'll work with the city attorney to kind of take that forward. I don't know the exact steps, I'll lean on the attorney to guidance.
And are conversations still occurring with PGE about the roundabout situation?
So we actually just got an email this week. There's been some transition over at PGE, that they have requested a meeting. The mayor and I will be attending in May with Bespoke and their staff to talk about multiple things. I would imagine the roundabout would be one of those. Anything else?
Well, kind of related to Adam's question on that same Lumen situation. Are we or do we need to look at how our contracts are written so it's more clear that delays beyond the time frame that a utility provider gives us, that we have, daily penalties or whatever? I hate to see us make the same mistake twice, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think we probably have to take a note of that and just have a look at what the contract says. Because these are, the Lumen one's a little bit complicated in that we have licenses now with our providers that we tried to get away from individual agreements with each provider, so we weren't negotiating brand new contracts with each provider in the right of way. So we tried to standardize it, so that's something we look at as it relates to timeline and penalty related to non-responsiveness for doing utilities. They've been out of compliance on other issues as well, so it's been an issue working with them.
What do they provide? Internet?
Yeah.
The parent company is CenturyLink. They changed their name, which is confusing.
Right, any other questions on that?
Well, Mike mentioned that it was an error or mistake, so I'm making the assumption that the error was not on our part.
You were talking about the Holcomb?
Yes, he's talking about the moving of the poles.
Yeah, they were non-responsive to our request. All the other utility providers moved their utilities, and Lumen was non-responsive, and they finally have pretty standard. Utilities get moved all the time by the providers and our public projects come through. This isn't something unique, they're just, we're not responsible. Okay. Jared, you want to talk a little bit about goals 2.1?
Yeah, goal 3, just for everybody's reminder, is about increasing community engagement to get more informed residents and more involvement. Some of this update is going to sound a little familiar because a couple of points were already brought up, one of which being the Citizen Involvement Committee and neighborhood associations. We actually have all but one association are now active again. 3 more have come on over the past biennium. And I will say a lot of that is thanks to the efforts of our community engagement specialist position. And I would like to thank the commission for supporting that position to go full time, because between that work, the Youth Advisory Commission, and assisting the neighborhood associations, this would not have been able to happen. So I thank you for that support. And again, speaking of the Citizen Involvement Committee, we've really continued to work well with them, have a very positive relationship. There have been questions with budget between the CIC and the commission, and then we have kind of updated their budget process in the way it's viewed by the CIC to answer a lot of those questions and solve those issues. So I think it's really smoothed over that question, and as we move forward, it's making things a little bit easier. In terms of communications, I've been really happy to see that our following has grown on social media without us having to pay for it. We've added 3,500 new followers on Facebook alone in the past 2 years. Our email subscription list has grown, almost doubled in that time as well. It's still lower than I would like it to be. That's one of my goals moving forward. But people have been more interested in consuming what information we have to put out there in all the existing traditional channels and any of the new ones that we've been able to adopt as well. And honestly, it's been really rewarding to see that interest in what we have going on out there. So that's a very quick update on what was involved in that goal, unless there's any questions.
I can't really know that, maybe not everybody else knows.
Let me look that up. I don't want to say it wrong.
The tower, I think it's tower.
I believe that's
Which ones have come online?
It's Hazel Grove, Westland Farms.
Okay.
Yeah, Gaffney Lane was reactivated.
Right.
Yeah.
And then South End is in the process.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was tower.
And I think actually Two Rivers, there's efforts to actually bring that along as well. So if we actually make that happen, that'll be all neighborhood associations being active once again.
Any more questions for Jared? All right, Sean, I'll take it.
All right, sure. Update for goal 4.1. So as you remember, the budget committee in May of 23 approved an additional case manager position for the behavioral health unit. Shortly after that, there was a grant that came out through the state of Oregon. We tried to get a grant to pay for that funding to help alleviate those costs. Unfortunately, we didn't get that. In January 24, the PD and the Corps submitted proposals to Clackamas County for H3S for funding opportunities for city-led homelessness initiatives. In April 24, we both were awarded grants, one for community court, one for a non-sworn homeless outreach specialist. On May of 24, Chelsea Foltz started as the new case manager position. What that did, it added another person to work with people experiencing mental health, but also a lot of these individuals are homeless, so they spend a lot of time interacting with them. It also provided coverage for our staff in the city for 5 days a week, and they're on call for nights and weekends. In 2024, the Behavioral Health Unit conducted 379 face-to-face contacts with clients and reviewed 561 police reports that were referred to them. The Behavioral Health Unit is also a part of the multidisciplinary crisis intervention team, and on that team, they're seeing and working with 58 clients. All those clients are experiencing homelessness, and 52 of the 58 are currently living in Oregon City. In addition to working with clients for behavioral health unit also provides training to the community and city departments, and they did 98 training hours in 2024. So just to put that in context, in 2023, Val, she was by herself. She made 163 in-person contacts. So adding that case manager for that 7 months has been a positive impact, and I think that's going to grow in the years to come. I want to note that during this biennium, we had some staffing levels, though we did have to reallocate our homeless liaison officer back to patrol just so we can maintain our patrol level staffing. But when we did that, we didn't stop providing homeless outreach. Anytime there was a call, our patrol officers or BHU reach out to the individuals experiencing homelessness, and we try to provide resources for them. And that's because of over the years, we've built strong partnerships with our community partners, and so they're utilizing them on a daily basis. You saw it earlier, but I just want to highlight it again. In April 23, code enforcement began a project to clean up the city streets and the right-of-ways. They saw a need. There's a company that picks up shopping carts, and they weren't picking them up fast enough. And so our code enforcement took it out upon themselves to go out there and clean up our streets and the right-of-ways. So they began working with stores, and as you saw in the last biennium, stores since April 23, they picked up 856 shopping carts. They picked up 165 bags of garbage. So it's been very successful. Every month we continue to do Oregon City Homeless Coordination Meeting, where we meet with several of our city departments, along with local and county partners. And this has been very instrumental in building communication amongst all of us, bringing the community partners together and coordinating resources and identifying individuals in need. And then finally, yesterday, our county notified us that our grant is getting closer to being funded. So we should get an IGA early this week or early next week. We'll go over it. If we agree upon it, that'll go to the BCC in March, early March, and so hopefully we can get that position in late spring. And then I don't have any update on the municipal court besides it's still moving along, but that one's a lot more complex grant. It's a brand new program that's starting, and so they're working through several of those components, but I know they're working on that. So that's what we got.
Questions for Sean on this goal? So I think this has probably been one of the areas where we've probably seen the most impact of transformation in the services that we provide as a local jurisdiction. Kind of ramping up from pre-COVID to where we're at today. So I did talk a little bit about when you think about the investments that we're making to be responsive to this. Vast majority of that's coming out of the general fund and taking away from services that we would typically provide. And we have had to balance. I think we're doing a good job though. Sean and his team have done a good job with continuous openings for positions on the police force. So we've done a good job of catching up in terms of our staffing levels as we've dealt with kind of folks leaving the profession or retiring. We're kind of hitting this cycle of employees who are at retirement age. They kind of came in as a group and starting to leave as a group. But I feel like things are starting to stabilize in terms of staffing and getting back to whether it's student resource officer, traffic patrols that are going to be out there. So we're able to now hit our minimum staffing levels and then get back to some of those other services that we were providing before. Any questions on that? You want to take the first part of the next one, and then you can just follow up for.
I could just say, well, we coordinate with parks, and when there's an unlawful camp and they need cleanup, we go there, we partner with them, we will go do the outreach and post the camps for them, and then they take care of the cleanup. So.
Yeah, that was going to be my point too. So Parks and Police have been continuing to collaborate on camp cleanup. The main camp that we've had to focus on in the last month or so has been at the cemetery. Kind of, if you think about where the cemetery is, there's a section up top, kind of right next to the parking lot in Green Canyon, where we have kind of spoils piles, some soil and things like that. There was a camp that was able to develop over the summer. They were accessing the creek. We've been able to post that and clean that up. So
I don't know where you put the extra stuff.
Yep. So able to get that camp cleaned up, and staff are monitoring the situation. During the process of, I think actually in our last goals update, we were able to coordinate with PD and collaborate on using the same contractor for these cleanups, so that ensures consistency that when this is getting done, we're following proper procedure. They know how to, follow rules. And the other piece that I just want to highlight as a huge success from this program is the restroom cleaning contract that's funded through this. That has greatly improved our ability to respond and do projects. Our staff are able to focus more on high-level maintenance tasks rather than consistently cleaning up the restrooms and spend the night in there. The ability to have a contractor who's able to do it for cheaper than our staff can do it frees up that time to focus more on high-level maintenance and projects. That has been a huge success to build on that in the future.
We had security locks and things so people couldn't spend the night in there.
We do, but there are ways to.
They feel like they can't.
They figure out how to.
They're creative.
They're creative.
I have a question.
Sure. Has there been a noticeable difference since the Measure 110 reforms on the ground with our officers? Have they communicated to you an improvement or satisfaction with increased tools to deal with those issues?
It's definitely an increased tool. I think they're still running into the same individuals that may have been cited under the new program, the new deflection program. So it's still a work in progress. Clackamas County DA just did a wonderful presentation on it so since it's been active, there's only been 11 people that went into deflection out of 256, I think, people that were sent to the program where they had to evaluate. Some of those people weren't even eligible and stuff like that. So yeah, they're still a definite challenge, and they're making good reports back to the CJC. So hopefully that'll get to the legislatures and they'll be able to see the impact that Clackamas County is doing and reevaluate that program.
Questions? I think just one other thing I wanted to back up one with having Val here. We talked about not only, Sean talked about how many contacts she's had with our community members, but it's also been a valuable resource for our staff. So as you can imagine, what we've traditionally done in the library or the Pioneer Center or the pool or out in the parks or at the reception desks at City Hall, that those interactions have significantly changed in some of the interactions that staff have to deal with. And so having Val, coming in and talking with staff, providing trainings for how to de-escalate, what steps should be taken. Most of us aren't trained on what to do in these situations, but it has become more prevalent than it ever was historically. I think it's just another, something I just want to acknowledge that, this is a benefit, and as much as a benefit, it's a need. Like the services we're providing as public employees is very different than it was 5, 6, 7 years ago. And so, I know staff appreciates not only the training, but through that training becomes, okay, there are reasons, I know who to call, right? Whether it's PD coming down to help or Val coming down to help, it's just, this is part of the change of the services that we're providing in our community. Right? Thank you. Oh, sorry.
I may have shared this with the commission, but I did a ride-along with Sergeant Turpin a few weeks ago. And every call that we went on except one was either a homeless situation or a mental health issue. And I asked him when we were done, hey, is this normal? He said, absolutely, that's the day.
All right. James?
5.1. Create and promote economic development opportunities citywide for a healthy and sustainable local economy. As you know, economic development has lots of initiatives, no short of initiatives, programs coming out of it. And one of the major initiatives is talent rating. And it's one of those initiatives where it was created because we had, in 2023 and 2024, we experienced low unemployment, 3% range. Employers could not find employees to fill the job that they filled. And also, we also realized that a lot of people who were available to work were having barriers to employment, like childcare, transportation, mental health issues, all kinds of issues that kept them from work. So Talent Ready was created to address those issues. And now, at this point, we have signed up 5 of our largest employers, our largest being Providence Medical, Providence Medical. And so they're a major part of our initiative, as well as VentureMate and some others. So they've signed up with Talent Ready. Also, we signed up and partnered with all of our county, state, federal agencies that provide wraparound services to individuals so that they can find childcare, transportation, deal with mental health issues. So all of that has come together where it used to be all these things were separate in silos. And so Talent Ready has been instrumental in bringing all these pieces and parts together. We've seen 180 persons who had barriers to employment come from Talent Ready, and connected some of them with our employers who signed up for the organization program. This part, very successful program. It's not for everybody, not meant to be. It's exclusive. And individuals who have demonstrated the ability to be in business, to stay in business, enrolled in the program. Those businesses had to be 3 years old or less, and they were all in pods, 6 people. And so when they went through a whole series of courses, training and technical assistance and mentorship, and after 2.5 months, graduation, after graduation, they received $3,000 to be used in their own businesses to help their operations proceed with what they've learned in this part. With regard to the Arts Commission, after 16 years hiatus, it was good to see the Arts Commission has come back on board, and they are very, very busy, doing all kinds of things in promoting the arts in the city. And then another program, a public-private partnership between Economic Development and MBOL, Community Credit Union, where we designed a program for only startups. And as you know, startups have a difficult time receiving financing from banks. So in order to give them that chance, MBOL was created, loan program was created. And so the program is designed so that they can use the money. So the first year, they, by the way, interest rate is 0.5%. And it's very good. And they don't, so businesses are not charged principal for the first year, and then they pay principal and interest the second year. But it gives them a chance to use the money in order to proceed. So those are the programs. And then we're working on a procurement program so that we can do more business with our small business community here in Oregon City, as well as developing what we call the Ombudsman program, which will create a more business-friendly environment within our city, helping small businesses, big businesses, medium-sized businesses, investors, learn our processes and get through helping troubleshooting with regard to their permit entitlements and what have you. So we've been a little busy.
Tourism. Do you have any questions for just tourism?
How did the summit go? The Talent Ready Awards?
Oh, that actually, that was very good because the larger employers came together to talk to the wraparound services, which had not happened. So that was. Okay, tourism, create and promote tourism infrastructure that doesn't negatively impact neighborhoods, that supports economic development, to promote a healthy, sustainable local economy. We have, as you know, we launched the city, I get mixed up sometimes, the city sponsored public events. And we have a number of organizations come forth and take advantage of the grant funding that was available, which was $100,000 for the biennium. And so we had a number of people come through in terms of a car show, which we never had before, as well as the DOCA. As you know, DOCA has the first city celebration, the arts festival, and Parks and Rec. So a lot of funding to support these important activities. And then we've come a long way in developing something called the Destination Management and Marketing Organization. So we are now at the point where all of the documents have been approved, and people have signed up to be members of the board of directors. So then we're waiting for the city commission to schedule their time so that they can interview these individuals, and those people can be appointed to the board of directors, and then the organization can start by hiring its first executive director and go forward. So we're very close. And thanks, I want to thank the commission for supporting us in this initiative, because it makes a difference. So we're very close to that.
Questions on tourism?
All right, so I have goal 6, which was about housing, anticipating state mandates and tailor local policies to the needs of the community. So one of the, I'll start with that, I guess. So one of the state mandates that came out in 24, so this goal was set up in 23 because there was a lot of discussion about housing in that 23 legislative session, but there wasn't necessarily anything that came out that we had to respond to. But then in 2024 legislative session, there was a bill called Senate Bill 1537, and it did a couple of things. One is that it establishes a Housing Accountability and Production Office, which is a combination of Department of Land Conservation and the Housing Department. I'm not sure what the other word is in their name. And so that's going to get set up in July, and basically they'll be set up to, I think, monitor how jurisdictions are implementing their housing plans once they have them. We don't have to actually adopt a housing production strategy until I think it's 2027. Actually, it's 2028, so we're not mandated to do it anytime soon. We can get started earlier if we wanted to. One of the other things that came out of that bill was something called, one of the sections was for these mandatory adjustments. And I don't know how to concisely talk about it, but basically there's design adjustments and development standard adjustments that cities have to grant to developers if they're constructing new housing, and it's, I think the density is 17 dwelling units per acre, which sounds like that's kind of high density, but then if you look at some of our older neighborhoods and kind of just look at one lot and somebody trying to put in another house on that one lot, it could calculate out to be 17 dwelling units per acre. So what we've done is requested an exemption from that, and that was part of what was in the bill. So we just did that in December, and we're working with the LCD right now to, as they review it, and we should know in April. The exemption is really based on how many variances we've given over time, how many minor adjustments through site plan design review that we've given, and so they're going to go through and look at the percentage basically. And we feel pretty confident that we're going to get there. We won't know until April, but because we applied, we're in a stay situation, if you will. So a developer can't come in and ask for the mandatory adjustment, even without us being approved or not approved. So, that's one thing that we were doing. And then just some numbers. So normally every January we report to DLCD on the number of units that we permitted and produced. We don't produce them, but have been built and have certificate of occupancy. DLCD is coordinating with Portland State, I guess, and so they're pushing that time out to June. Because what happens is we have to report in January to one agency and then to another agency in June, and we're basically reporting the same numbers. So I only have numbers for 2023 right now. But so in the calendar year of 2023, we permitted 16 single-family units and 305 multifamily units, and 65 units were built and 212 multifamily units were built. And there is a little bit of crossover between something being permitted and built all in the same year. I'm not sure what that is, but it wasn't, it's not really significant. It's kind of a small number that is in the crossover table. That's my housing update.
Any questions on housing? Want to do trees?
Yeah.
So we got about 5 minutes, so we'll try and speed through this and try and stand.
Okay. Mine last one, is there a goal after?
There's one.
So trees is pretty easy to update. I can do that pretty quickly. So planning staff still does the street tree program. We still monitor that, or accept the applications and issue permits, and then we review the trees that are on public property taken out by public staff. So that we're still working on that. We still have the fee in lieu that comes from street trees for development, and that money gets used to have a contract with Friends of Trees who go out and plant more trees. So it ends up being, the great circle of life, basically, where we can plant more based on what's taken out. So Friends of Trees did a planting event in just this past December. They kick it off at Rivercrest Park. And their next one's in March, and I think they're gonna use Wesley Lynn Park as their home base, and then they're gonna do the south neighborhoods. And we are once again a Tree City USA.
How do we want to address the NRC presentation, and then we also got our pack? What's your recommendation?
Yeah, it's probably something we could talk about when we get to the goals breakouts tomorrow. That'll be one of the breakout groups, but it's both probably a goal discussion and then it turns into a budget discussion. Okay. It's quick, DDS permit, we still got one.
Yep, still got one. Code update that you approved, and the approval of the mercury monitoring, and the program just continues to take care of our needs. Super effective.
Just really, we had a couple that were from 2 bienniums ago, the Parks and Rec Master Plan development fees. We talked about that. So we had this kind of crossover of doing the Parks and Rec Master Plan. What comes out of it is system development charge review, which is what we're doing right now. And then what's going to come after we do the system development charges, as everyone is aware, right? We've got $100 million, using round numbers, $100 million. $52 million is SDC eligible, $48 million is not SDC eligible. So that's going to be the next discussion after we finalize the SDC list, fees. That's going to then drive what are those funding opportunities that we need to identify. How do we want to address some of these larger projects or deferred maintenance or pool. That's why that's what we could probably close it out. I mean, essentially it's rolled into the next year. We did look at communication for fiber. That report is done. We just need to look at it and then bring that up. In a nutshell, Sandy Net, which is probably easier for them to do. I think that the issue in Oregon City is, it's kind of that last leg, right? Getting it to the house is really, really expensive. And so what are some other ways that we've identified, whether that's public-private partnership, how do we utilize the fiber or the conduit that we have in place right now? Could that be part of some licensing agreement? So there were some things identified there that we need to bring back. Facilities master plan was completed, and then the relationship with the tribes is going to be an ongoing effort. So I do want to thank staff. We've had a great working relationship with Confederate Tribes of Grand Ronde around Tumwater Village, but then also on the Cayuse 5 Memorial with the Confederate Tribes of the Utility Indian Reservation. And that one was really unique. When we talk about tenacity, that thing was a roller coaster ride for 2.5 years to go build that. Opens your eyes to sovereign nations, the histories that they've been through, how assumptions we make about how something should be simple can actually turn into something extremely significant because of the harms that have happened in the past. But at the end of the day, we were able to come together with the city, Confederate Tribes of the Utility Reservation, and Confederate Tribes of the Grand Ronde to do a pretty significant project. So that was pretty exciting. Kind of bang through those real quick. So if we have any questions on those.
Will we be getting another update from Confederate Tribes after the 30-day or the 14-day appeal period is over?
Not that I'm aware of. We could reach out and see what their plans are if they do want to come back. And then we have monthly, minimum monthly, probably more at this point with some of the development proposals that are going on in Tumwater Village around their approved DPP for the infrastructure. But we can continue to talk to them as well as some other areas where we're looking to cooperate and coordinate some additional agreements. So I also want to, were there any other questions on those items? Just real quick, want to hear from the folks who don't necessarily have goals, but are doing a ton of work on behalf of the city. So Greg, do you want to say a couple things real quick?
Sure, I'll be very quick. Just a couple things that are always top of mind in the library world. Nationally and regionally, it's kind of an interesting time to be a public librarian. Every day you see a news story about something going on, we all feel very, very grateful at the library to have a very supportive community, very supportive stakeholders, and our friends, our foundation, our library board, and especially supportive city management and city commission. It helps us do our work a lot more effectively and a lot more confidently, knowing that we have a community who shares the ideals of intellectual freedom and access to information. And we feel good about providing those services to our community. So thank you for that. I do want to say that there's lots of amazing things going on at the library. I try to share that as much as I can. None of that happens without our amazing staff. So I want to recognize them. I want to recognize their achievement in getting some great feedback on the community survey. They're a great group. You will never meet kinder, more supportive group of staff members who make everybody who walks into our door feel welcome and included and part of the community. We're really excited. We have a lot of initiatives that we're working on with our library board and our staff. One of our goals has always been to bring library services outside the walls of our building and into the broader community. As I think I've shared with everybody here multiple times, our library service area includes not only the 40,000 people who live in the 10 square miles of our city, it includes another 25,000 people who live in the 90 square miles of unincorporated Clackamas County that surround our area. All those people pay the same tax rate to our library and expect to have library services. So we are always challenging ourselves to try to figure out how we can bring services out to all of our community. We have some projects going on. An outreach vehicle is something we are very excited. Should happen next biennium. We're angling for some grant money, but as with everything federal grant related these days, it's a little strange and not quite sure how that's going to play out. We're just working on making some connections with different community partners to help us bring programming and services out to a broader range of our community. We work really well with Love One. Recently, we started having one of our staff members go to Father's Heart on a regular basis to meet people there and help connect them with library services and resources. That's been a really great partnership. And then the last thing I just want to share, I know a couple of commissioners are aware of this. It's been something that's been going on for a while. There have been efforts over the past 5 years to convene what we call a library district task force. Our library district was created 16 years ago. It was godsend at the time. It really saved library services in Clackamas County. 16 years is a long time. So what libraries provide to the community has changed in 16 years, and the resources that libraries need to be able to provide those services it's a little more challenging these days. So this task force is intended to be a combination of elected officials, library directors, city managers, and members of the public, getting together to kind of talk about, hey, what are some of the things, the challenges the libraries are facing? What are some of the services that we think libraries should be providing in this day and age to our residents? What funding is going to be required to help us provide those services, and how do we maybe, how should a district work? How should a district be governed to make sure that for the next 16 years, we're able to keep doing the great job that all of our libraries in Clackamas County do? So I anticipate that initiative is going to unfold over the next 6 months, and all of our library supporters are just very grateful for the support that the city and the city commission give to that effort. So with that, I think that's all.
Questions for Greg from library? Jacob, anything you want to pass along?
Yeah, so the last few years we've been working on the minutes audit for all of the city commission and boards and committees. We've done a lot of work on that. If it says anything, we're getting down to the VHS tapes that we found in boxes. So that's where we're at with that project. I think another big success here lately has been the LibKey audio update. We're really close to finishing that project. I think that's been a really big success. At least I think it is. We've also been paying special attention to records management, working really closely with our IT director to kind of get a handle on the ever-increasing amount of digital documents that we create, and try to keep that under control and get our disposal process going the way it should be going. It's been kind of neglected, so we'll get
Making it easier for staff to be able to maintain the records the way that we need to maintain.
The other special focus we've been working on is historical documents. We've got several books and blogs and ledgers and things that we would like to make more available to the public for whatever reason, research purposes, and preservation purposes. They're old. Some of them are over 100 years old. Just getting those scanned and protected in case of anything. So that's my update.
I'd like to add one thing for what Jacob's been doing with court, building a for the record system that will allow court to see DUI cases and improve performance and allow public to come to Oregon City for more than what they have been able to in the past.
Any questions for Jacob? All right, buckle up, it's finance time.
I thought it was good as a Now, this is my favorite time of the biennium because we're getting ready to do budget. Exciting things that have happened non-financially. I know I talked to Commissioner Marl about this 2 years ago. We had a purchase of some budgeting software, financial planning software that we didn't get to utilize in full last cycle and part of this cycle. In fact, as of 4 o'clock today, every department's turned in their budget and done it with that software. It's been really actually a great tool. I can nerd out, I'm not going to right now. We have continued to maintain good financial audits, good financial statements, which has been really good. We continue to get our awards that we get for the quality of our documents. And then 2 other just new things about finance. I really appreciate the work that my staff has done on the investment policy and the work that the council has, the commission has we put in there to adopt that. We have since adoption in 2024, we've moved out about $40 to $50 million into long-range investments. I say long-range, mid-range investments that have helped to kind of secure the interest rates that we're seeing, the higher interest rates now, as the interest rates, will continue to drop. So that's actually, I think, setting us up for some better long-term success, which has helped to kind of offset some of the revenue streams that aren't maintaining their rates. Just the other citizen-facing, business-facing portal that we have, our business license renewal process. Businesses, probably about 1,800 businesses renewed online this year, not without some bumps and bruises, but we have probably about 90% of them have renewed. There's still a few that we're waiting to hear on, or whether or not they closed or are they going to renew. But it's a good service. Not everybody liked doing it electronically, but we continue to accommodate and teach, and we'll see that process. So on the court side, everybody has kind of already heard of what Sean and Parks and other, for the record, the biggest thing that's happening there is just the grant program through the Clackamas County Board of Commissioners to create the community court. We're excited to have that kind of ramp up as soon as that gets funded. Yeah, it doesn't get a 3-year program, but will dovetail nicely into what our police department prepares. We have our relatively new judge, Lindgren, who has been helpful, very instrumental in driving that process. So looking forward to being back in front of you for a whole bunch of meetings in the next 2 months. So,
Questions for Matt? So that concludes our updates. I hope you found them informative. I think what always amazes me when we do this is just the breadth of services that are provided at the local level. And I think a lot of these happen, it's just part of what we do in providing services to the community. They go smoothly, they go well, they're consistent. So I just want to thank all the staff in the room for the work they do in not only presenting and being a face to the public, but making sure and working with their staff that they're supported to get these projects done and implemented. We would not be anywhere near at all successful without the work that all the staff does on behalf of the community, and then for also then implementing the goals of the commission. So that concludes where we were going to present tonight, unless anybody has any questions for us.
We're gonna take a restroom break.
Let's just, for time management, let's take 5, and let's come back and we're gonna have our commission have their time. Thank you. We've got approximately 45 to 50 minutes left to hit the time that we committed to you on. The time that we have remaining, we've asked our commissioners to own. What we've teed up to them ahead of time was simply to share their perspective on priorities for the city, things that are important to them on behalf of the community and on behalf of their leadership and their roles as well. So to do that, we're going to ask Commission President Smith to start, and we're going to ask the other commissioners to fill in as you feel like it's your time and you're ready to do that. And we're going to ask the mayor to end our time with her perspective. So I will turn it over to Commissioner Smith on that.
I was trying to figure out what technicality it was that I got to go first. So I guess that makes sense under
Yeah, I think it's
the commission
title.
president. Denise, of course, needs to have her last word, which we should give her. But I wanted to, and then I thought maybe it's seniority. Because I'm starting, well, no, because
That's what,
I'm
exactly what it
senior.
was.
Oh,
So much the senior that I said I started in 2019. No, that's not true. That's my second
That was
half.
your second, that was your second.
2009, I've been doing this, so I don't know if anyone else has been through this bills process since then. So I don't really, I have lots of notes written down on this piece of paper, and I may not hit everything, but what I really wanted to jot down was, and this is a good thing to do periodically, which is why I think it's great that we have a 2-year break every 2 terms. Maybe we should have it more, but it allows a city official or a commissioner to rethink what their priorities are, and re-engage with the community. What were my priorities when I was elected in 2009? They're the same today. And I guess the good news is we've tackled some of them. But there are still things on the list that were there the day I got elected, and I think those are the ones I kind of want to chat about tonight. The things that were on my list when I got elected in 2008, 2009 was police, number one. Police staffing, the keeping up with the growth of the city, and at that time the city was in a completely different financial situation than it is today. We were behind on a lot of things. So that was at staffing on other levels, but police specifically, never dreaming of an idea in the future we'd ever have a new police station. Parks was definitely a concern at that time. That's never changed. It's always been understaffed. It's always been a problem for maintenance and keep up with our facilities. So that was a real big concern when I ran. Under Parks Department, facilities, Ermitanger House, and buildings that we were neglecting and historic preservation. One of the reasons I ran for city commission was community events, which have always been something that this town has made a priority, or at least the public has committed to wanting to see as an identifier for our town and a livability issue, and I think we still have work to do in there. The fact that we have accomplished, and anyone that's lived in this town for any period of time knows that the building of a new building in this town or in this school district is almost unheard of. In some of our history, it's only happened once or twice. The fact that in the time I've been here, we've replaced almost every city building is insane. It's shocking to me that we accomplished that. An amazing police station, amazing library, amazing public works building. I'll leave my comments with City Hall, because I still don't agree with that one, but the other buildings have made it so that we don't have to worry about City Hall for a while. Tourism and economic development's always been something I've been concerned about, and we still have work. We've made a lot of progress in that area. And the other is home rule, which actually applies to, that's the one that puts the public works in my purview, right? Because that's what we're dealing with so much in other departments as well, of how do we deal with all the state mandates and how that really has changed our community. And actually, not only cause problems with our individual departments, but how the public perceives us. Not only in the massive change, the first big change was that the lack of the community's ability to have a say in annexations. We have never overcome that. We have never gotten the community to kind of understand that that's not our full choice anymore, and that we don't have a say in that. And that's caused some of the most divisive issues in this town. I think in the entire time I've been on the commission, there has been some, horrific things happen, some, tragedies, some, lots of interesting politics and dynamics. But the things that still bother me the most right now are related to home rule, but also how are we going to see Oregon City become the city that we want it to be? And I'm not saying that the city that I see in my mind is the same city everyone else wants. But I also think that no matter what your view of this city is, its future 50 years from now, I don't think it can be anybody's view unless we deal with urban renewal. And we are having that dialogue again. I don't know how many times we've had this dialogue. I don't know how many times we've had this fight. I don't know how many times, I don't know how long it's going to take before we learn that we have to fix it before we move forward. And I know this is an urban renewal meeting, but I think so much of this, this one piece actually feeds into so many of the other disagreements of the public versus the city and other pieces in this town as it connects to economic development, tourism, and historic preservation, and all of these things. So in short, I guess, we've made a huge progress on a lot of things. The things that I am still, wanting to kind of work on is the things like the community events and solidifying how that process works. And but the big one still is tourism, economic development, and urban renewal. So in my mind, and I spoke a lot about this I think last year, and that if Oregon City is going to be a tourist destination and balance historic preservation and economic development and keep its livability, then every piece of infrastructure in this town that relates to tourism, for the most part, meaning people coming in and out of this town, has to happen below the bluff. And it can't happen below the bluff unless we have urban renewal to deal with it. Transportation, hotels, getting people places where we don't have tour buses running through the Boston neighborhood and so on. But we have two camps that refuse to really discuss it. One of our citizens had some listening sessions over the weekend. I've talked to people. When I came on the commission, a lot of people said that they didn't think I was supportive of urban renewal. I'm absolutely supportive of it. And actually, most of the people that are our biggest opponents are too. And unless we listen to them, and unless we get the developer community and OCDA and the opposite viewpoint together in a room to fix it, we should stop right now. Because every more meetings we have when we don't actually address the citizens' vote and we don't actually address that dialogue as a community, we will push this can down the road another 20 years. And I do not want to be in this town 20 years from now looking at a bunch of empty pieces of property and a bunch of places downtown that haven't been infilled, and That's not my view of what this town can be. And so I hope we really think about that and understand that even though that's just one topic, it has influenced every other topic to make this city, I think, function in ways we don't even understand. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. I could talk on for hours. I think I already wrote my time, but
Thank you.
leave it at that.
Can I ask one of the other commissioners to?
I'll go.
Commissioner Mitchell?
I guess I'll start talking a little bit about the last 2 years and what I've been really pleased about. And we've heard a lot of it tonight. And a lot of it happens without the commission knowing and without our community knowing. And that's the creative solutions that we're doing, the cooperation between various departments. I don't think we're getting that's not my job. And I think, like you look at the community survey and how highly our community members ranked the service they get from city employees, that doesn't happen without the leadership in this room and the morale that we've been able to build, because people who aren't happy in their job aren't going to provide good service to the people that they meet every day. So I'm very pleased about that over the last 2 years. I think we've made good progress on a lot of the goals over the last 2 years. And I think Jared and Hannah have done a great job of tooting our own horn. And I think we could do even more of that, because there's a whole lot that goes on in the city that a lot of the community doesn't know. Going forward, when I met with Nate and Steve, I said I was looking for a Goldilocks moment. I think the goals that were done when Rachel was mayor got way too detailed, way too timelined, and I think might have become an obstacle to really getting the work done, because we were trying to track how we're doing on all these goals. But I think the ones that we did 2 years ago, maybe there wasn't enough leadership from the commission on specific projects or strategies under those goals. So I'd like to see us kind of land in the middle tomorrow as we do that. The other thing that I've been thinking about, and I've actually got a list, I'm not going to go into that. It's got 2 columns on it. It's got a column that says big stuff, and it's got a column that says little stuff. There's an organization that I really like called Strong Towns. And one of the things that they talk about is the way to make changes in your community is to think of a small thing that is an annoyance or a hindrance to people in the community, and then try a fix on that. If it works, move on to the next thing. And you just keep chiseling away at those little things, and they end up making a big difference without having to spend a lot of money, because we know all the big things are going to cost a lot of money. So I'm thinking about small things. Priorities, parks and parks funding. I obviously have not been on the commission as long as Rocky has been, but I was on the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee 15 years ago, and we were talking about a parks maintenance backlog, and we're still talking about a parks maintenance backlog. So it's time to quick kick in that can. I just mentioned I was surprised. I think the only thing that really surprised me on the community survey was how high economic development was ranked as a priority that our citizens see that the commission and staff should be working on. So I think that's important. And I was not going to address urban renewal, but Commissioner Smith just got me thinking about it. And I think we have made a mistake. We tried to get to projects before we had buy-in on the foundation from the community of what urban renewal can do. And I think we do, as a part of the discussion, which is going to take time, we need to talk about how do we get that buy-in in the community for urban renewal as a concept of what it can do before we even think about what projects we think it should support. I think we have made a mistake there, as you said better than I did. I'm not eloquent at the moment for some reason. But anyway, I think we need to bring into the conversation people who have concerns about early renewal, try to figure out what can we do to the program. Are there guardrails that we need to put in place to make sure that we don't repeat some of the mistakes that have been made in the past, and move forward on that. But just to close, I'll just say thank you to our staff and to all the people that report to you for the good work over the last year and the progress we've made on our goals. I think we are really good at keeping the train running, and now let's just push ourselves a little bit in some new directions. So thank you all.
Thank you. Commissioner Morrow or Commissioner Olson?
I can go, you can go.
I'll go ahead. So this April will be my 4-year mark. And thinking about that is a little crazy for me because when I first started, I hadn't even received my college diploma. And now I'm in a very different place. And I think our commission is in a very different place too. I remember with all of the crises that were occurring seemingly month after month, how exhausting it was, how sometimes things could get toxic, and how just the general tenor of everything going on in the world seemed to be trickling down to the issues that we were dealing with as a local government. And while those are not all fixed, I feel so much better about where we are. I feel so fortunate that I get to call my colleagues friends, people that I respect. And the same goes with our staff here. And I want to reiterate something that I say very often, which is that when we hear public comment, it is so crucial when we do that. And it is equally as crucial to think about the people who don't have time off work to do that. The people who can't get childcare to do that. And all of the people who just don't even know what's going on. And because of that, have no reason to participate in the first place. And I think that can sometimes skew the way we approach things. But looking at the community survey, it's abundantly clear that the community service that our staff provides to our residents is incredible. I hear all the time at neighborhood association meetings about, I called Public Works about this sidewalk issue or this pothole, and it was fixed within the next day. We always hear compliments about our library, and I know Greg is very proud of that. So I just want to lay that groundwork before I start talking about any of my priorities about how grateful I am that we are in the position where we are, that our commission works together so well, and that things seem to be progressing. So with that, I'll start by saying that I'm actually looking forward to the budgeting process this spring. When I first started, that was my first meeting that I ever did, and that was not my favorite thing to do. But having gone through this will be my 3rd time now. I am looking forward to it, and specifically, I know that with Oregon City being in a unique position where we haven't yet reached our maximum property tax levels, I know that that's going to be something that we're bound to discuss. One thing I would like to stress is that the taxes that we impose on our residents do not exist in a vacuum. They exist with the school district taxes, the county taxes, the state taxes, and the federal taxes all next to them, and all the special district taxes. And so while we are dealing with all of the same issues that all of those jurisdictions are dealing with, it's going to be important for us to balance that with affordability. And I know that we talk a lot about livability, and that comes with increased government services, but livability is also equally as tied into people's ability to afford to live in our community. And so I hope that's something that we take a balanced approach to as we begin the budgeting talks. So the 2 big issues that I am excited about tackling are economic development, which has been mentioned by the two people before me as well. I think that we've done a great job setting the foundation for tourism as a form of economic development. And even though we're not necessarily ridding ourselves of tourism because of the DMO, it does take a lot of weight off of our backs to what I hope will allow us to focus on more of the traditional economic development. Not that tourism isn't economic development, but when I think about, I mean, every time I drive up and down Malala and I see those vacant buildings that have sat vacant for years, I think about the opportunities that we have to incentivize growth and business development in those areas. So that's one thing that I'm really hoping that we can get on, not just hourly paying jobs, but family wage jobs. One of the things that motivates me to be in this position is that I want people who are my age not to feel that they have to go somewhere else to make a living wage and to have an affordable place to live. I don't want us to be experiencing what is called brain drain, where people have to go somewhere else to get a job and support themselves and their families. So I am really intent on us being able to do that. And then it has also already been brought up at the issue of parks. I think that these last couple biennia, we've set the groundwork with the master plan, the SDC studies, and that now we get to have those larger conversations about how we actually fill in the rest, and whether we go out for a bond or some sort of fee or whatever revenue raising tool we go with. I really hope that that's something that we call out explicitly with whatever end product comes out of this. And then lastly, this was brought up earlier that I added to my list, which is having a city lobbyist. I think that would be great, because right now I am the city lobbyist. And while I appreciate being invited to the Clackamas County jurisdiction's lobbyist lunch every month, I don't think my boss appreciates that. And I have people, I can't tell you how often I have people stopping by my office to ask, well, what does Oregon City think about this? I think it would be a very good investment for us to have a lobbyist, not only trying to get funding for projects, but also adding to the chorus of voices who are standing up to a lot of state overreach that you mentioned to home rule. So those are my big priorities that I'm hoping we can address in some form, and that I'm looking forward to the conversations that we'll be having tomorrow. I really enjoyed the last time we did this. It was one of the first things that we had done with so many staff members and the 5 commissioners since we were coming out of COVID. And I think the energy that you can feel when we're just in this area and talking about all of our shared goals is something that's really powerful. So thank you.
All right. First off, I think I want to just thank everybody. I had the opportunity, as I've been on board, to sit down with many of you, and I just want to say everybody here has been so incredibly kind and helpful, and kind of, has gotten me, I think, a good start on this journey. So, as I was thinking about what I wanted to say, I want to apologize if what I say may come off with, the naivety of somebody who's newly elected and gotten out. But I found that in, roles I've served in the past and careers and other, service opportunities, sometimes we make solutions more complicated than they have to be. And something we were talking about after the icebreaker activity was, kind of my, what we call my geniuses, right? And one of those I feel like is tenacity. And I feel like often we are searching out a perfect solution, and along the way, we're not considering all these good solutions, right? And so we're just delaying and delaying and delaying. And some of these solutions can be great, but we can tweak them, we can change them, and it just kind of turns into this, the thing that drives me crazy, this like decision-making purgatory where we're not making decisions, where we have good options, but it's not the perfect one, so it doesn't feel good. It's like, we still fix it and change it. As you get to know me, that's what I don't like that. So we have decisions, we have good options, let's try it, let's do something. So, as far as my thoughts and goals and things I'd like to see, in no particular order, I wasn't initially going to say anything about urban renewal since it got brought up. I think we have to tackle the elephant in the room that on the city charter is the ability for citizens to vote on urban renewal debt. And I'm not going to comment on, if it's good or bad or right or wrong, but I think we do need to consider the impact of how we address that going forward and what that looks like to the residents of Lincoln City. Because I think that it can come across very negatively. I think that we need to be careful about the message in that sense. But along with that, the purpose of urban renewal is to do urban renewal. And I think to ultimately end it and to close a district at the very end, right? We have so much property that is not on the tax rolls. And I'd like to see things happening with it. I want to see action, I want to see things do. It may not be a perfect solution, but do we have good options? Do we have good things to move forward to get the ball going? I want to see economic development. When I was campaigning for this office, I had so many people that would say like, oh my God, you work here, you live here, like that's a luxury. That's crazy. Like we need to get businesses in here, and not just churn of businesses, filling vacant spots that have businesses in the creek, but actual new businesses. Developing areas like the Creek and whatnot to actually bring economic development to Oregon City. As I was talking with the folks that Country Group, really that idea of basically everything we're saying came across as livability. And we can't have a community that has livability if we don't have places for people to work. I think that other priorities of mine really lay in some of the citizen concerns, because ultimately, as a commissioner, I represent the citizens of the community I live in. And our citizens have real concerns, and I want to see us address them, answer them. Just in our last meeting, we had folks bringing up concerns about the development of the Park Place neighborhood, and the ability to evacuate in the event of a fire or natural disaster. I'm not saying the solution is easy, but these people have genuine fear and genuine concern that's real. And I think that it would be a disservice to our community if we didn't address this, and talk about it, and find solutions, find answers. Regarding houselessness, it's an issue. I think that we've done a lot of work, and I think that, everybody knows that there's a lot more work to do. Mike, it doesn't surprise me at all that on your ride along a lot of your calls had to deal with houselessness and mental health issues. I would like to see an expansion of behavioral health response available for things like this. And Sean, don't take this the wrong way, but I want police to be able to respond to crime, not mental health, not homelessness. Because mental health and homelessness are not crimes in themselves. And I want our police to be able to do police things. And I want other folks that are trained in mental health interventions, behavioral health interventions, to be able to take that off of your plate and be able to serve the people in Oregon City. The caring places going in, and I know there are lots of feelings, amongst the city and the commission. It's happening, and I think that it needs material support from the city. I think that we need to work to find some solutions. It's not the end-all answer, but we need to be addressing houselessness in the community. We need to be finding ways to, I'm not going to say fix, because it's not something you can just turn around and fix, but ways to help the people that are our neighbors, that are the people that are here, the residents of Clackamas County, whether they have home or they don't. answers for all of these things. I don't have a way of saying this is how we're gonna do this, and this is how we're gonna do this, and this is how we're gonna do this. But I believe there are things that we can do out there. It might not be perfect, but I believe there are good things that we can do. And I'd like to see us really take action in making some good choices.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mayor McGriff.
I'm not gonna parrot my colleague Rocky Smith and use the Wayback Machine, and those of you that understand that reference, thank you. When I started, we were going through a goal setting session. We had, as I said, this little booklet that came out, so we could give out to people and give out to ourselves. And what I'm really excited about, dealing with the path, is how many things in here we have actually accomplished. So we have a tourism plan, we have a citywide economic development plan, we have a citywide facilities plan, we've got the Beaver Creek Road concept plan done, our information technology's been completed. We talked about Public Works and Parks Operations Center done, Myers Road, Ball Avenue projects done, Police Commission Court Facility done, Ermitinger House done, the latest version of the comprehensive plan update done, Library Association Public Standards done, electronic records management and governance almost done, but it's ongoing because the records will keep coming. It's not like the records will stop. And do we own a DVD player to watch? I mean, not a DVD, but a VHS machine?
Yes, we do.
Oh, there you go. Okay. So let us know when the next show is. We'll come down and watch some of those on my spare time. I'll bring my laptop and watch some old meetings. The deferred water infrastructure is well underway with the WIPIA program. We have a Parks and Recreation master plan. We have a Bay Area Stormwater master plan. So I mean, that's in this booklet. Now the things that we haven't been able to tackle from 2019-21. Code Project Phase 2. Lambert Falls Legacy Project, we all know where that is. Parks deferred maintenance still on here, and I just did the math here. So in May of 1988, I started working for the city. That was unfortunately 37 years ago, and I'm like horrified by that thought. We were talking about Parks deferred maintenance, Parks Director Dave Fish. Rocky will be probably the only one around here who may know that reference to that person. So 37 years, in my opinion, is too long to continue to talk about this. Everything else, we talked about a construction excise tax. We did, well, they call it a waterfront master plan, but it's really the Clackamas Park next one, so let me check that out. That's checked out for us. We have community members experiencing homelessness. We did have some policies now, following up on what Scott was saying. So that's a pretty good record. We did these goals online, and I thought the process was really good. I thought the facilitator we had was great, and this is the 21-23. Some of those same things are on here, and we moved those over, and that's your pictures down here on the bottom. So we moved that. Now we move to current, and we got two versions. So as soon as Scott, you got elected, your picture went up. Here's the other picture. Wow. So I have the goals with Frank. I have these.
Just on the website, I just see goals with Frank.
You know Frank? Okay, well, we're doing this first. So we'll put you next to Frank. But I think that the process that we've been going through for the last, and I thank you for reminding me about the 6-year goal that we set way back when. So this is really good. So I took notes on everything all you guys said, and I would have to say that a lot of what you've said, I agree with. Let me get over to Rocky and points. I know during the budget process, I was advocating for caseworker and additional staffing. The community events, I'm right with you. We've replaced, again, because of that facilities master plan, I think when you were senior planner, we were talking about a facilities master plan, because we were kind of doing things a little piecemeal, and it's so much better now that we have a plan and a program, so we know where we're going, from now and from when we adopted it. I just, as you know, looking at the state of Oregon from this side of the table, home rule is really important to me as well. We have been preempted as cities, and I'm just not talking about Oregon City, all the cities, with things that we now cannot do. And I don't mean to be negative about it, but I perceive that the continued and ongoing, relentless, let's just do away with the cities in the state, things that they want to see for their community, is a threat to all of us. I consistently worry that we are going to end up being cookie cutter as communities in the state, and we have 241 distinct cities that should maintain their own identities, and they should look at these things that the state is asking us to do. I would like to see them be more of guidelines instead of the hammer mandates, and help us make these things our own. I'm discouraged by the fact that we are not able to do more planning. We are allocating our staff resources to responding to all this stuff, and I don't think that that's right. I think we need to be talking about continuing to talk about what our citizens need, and what our citizens want, and how to plan for that, and we can't adequately. I support your ideas about the infrastructure, the bluff, not the bluff, the first level, downtown. And I guess I would advocate for us putting forth a project, and here's your G's and your E's and your F, to get the community behind supporting our downtown with some project that would support the courthouse, whatever that will be. Mike talked about fixing small things and keep picking away at them. I'd love to see your list and have a commission discussion about that, because I'm sure you've got a lot of really great stuff on there that we probably all have thought about, so I hope that you'll share that. I couldn't agree with you more about us getting a lobbyist, Adam. We talked about it about a year and a half ago, and we didn't get much traction on it, but I think if, things are going the way they are in Salem, we have got to have more support, and it's going to be a lot. I agree. At one time, Rocky, maybe you remember this, there was some sort of a Hilltop Business Association, and I think that has just completely fallen away. The thing with Malala Avenue and the businesses along there, we tried to cohesively bring it together with some street improvements, but we still, just like downtown, have a lot of out-of-town owners who don't really seem to care. But what I'm excited about, and would add to my list, would be, Aquila asked me what I thought about the Thimble Creek, so I don't call it Trimble Creek, Thimble Creek. Well, we set in place through our previous community development director way back to make that planning zone, and we've tried to work with all those property owners, and that has not been successful. And it's like beating your head against a brick wall. I think it's time for us to really take action and really move that project forward so it can bring those jobs that you guys are all talking about. Because that's what we thought it was going to be. There's no infrastructure there, and we've got people who think their property is worth, $1 billion an acre, and they're not going to get that money. Not going to get that money. I asked somebody the other, I think I asked you, I said, is Ron Saunders still messing around? I can't tell you how many meetings I had with Ron Saunders about his property on Beaver Creek. So I'm in concurrence. So Scott, just to concur with you, economic development is still a big priority for me as well. I think the idea of the citizen concerns that you talked about, and I've talked to a lot of people about this particular issue. I don't think they copied the commission, but I've gotten all the emails. basically they're all the same letter, everybody's just put their name on it. And I asked them what it is they think that we can do about it. And they said, well, don't approve the development. And I basically explained according to the state laws, and I very carefully said, state law says if you do X, you get Y. I said, we do not have any way to stop that. I said, I'm just being very honest with you. I said, we have plans for routes, but we don't control those other roads. We have them in our plans. So that leads to working more closely with the county to try to address some of these issues. And I know some of this has come up before C4, but like you, I want to try to accelerate that process instead of all of that. We've got to work more closely with Clackamas County, and I think we have a board now that may be willing to work closer with the cities than we have had in the past. And I know that changes every 4 years, it seems like. Can't seem to keep the county chair for more than 4 years, so we gotta get going really fast before the next one comes, in. It's just life. As far as mental health and helplessness, that is not a problem we as Oregon City, in my opinion, can solve on our own. I've said this since I started working for the city, when I was neighborhood president. It is not Oregon City's problem to solve alone. If we could get the other jurisdictions, which they have not been willing to do in the years I've lived here, to commit to doing things. Now they have a facility in Milwaukee, there's something going on in Gladstone. I know they have some affordable housing in Lake Oswego. We have complete denial in West Linden of having homeless people. But we have, we've got to put our foot down. We can't take the burden on ourselves. It just is not financially or physically and mentally possible. It's got to be a coalition, it's got to be a partnership. And I don't want to have a jillion billion meetings, like you said. Let's, it's that tenacity thing. Let's do it. So I would add, moving all those things that I said, Trimble Creek, I hope you got all this. Trimble Creek, that's economic development. I think we're close to solving the child care conundrum. I'm hoping we can solve the broadband issue. And to me, that's a small thing, but it's money. I really think we need to have a conversation. I agree we need to have a conversation about urban renewal, but again, I don't want it to take forever. I'm tired of getting beat up about it. Some of you know about my recent encounter with them, and I'm just going to say the one word that happened there. It was a bullying session, I'm just telling you right now. I think they mean well, but we've got to be able to have a constructive dialogue with people who want to talk about it and find out how we can move this forward, and not people who basically say, if you don't do exactly what I say, I'm threatening you, and that's kind of what's been happening. I'd like to talk to somebody in the middle ground somewhere. I'm not going to try to convince them, I just want to find out what the issue is. So in summary, I think I concur with most of my colleagues, all of my colleagues, all of you guys, and it's so nice because I can't say you guys without it being sexist or anything. I say you guys, because it is you guys. And I get asked all the time, you guys would be very amused. They said, how is it working with those guys? And I just have to smile and say, they're guys. And I said, they're very, they indulge me quite a bit. As Adam said, I consider, we're new friends, we haven't got the longevity, but I've worked with all of you in some capacity over time, and I feel like when I talk with you, it's a safe place for me. I can talk to you guys, I can say, hey, I thought about this really stupid idea, or gee, this happened, or, And sometimes, I get a little flip, and I got called on something the other day that I said at our meeting, and I said I was completely being facetious about it. And everybody knew that I was, except certain people didn't think it was that funny, but You guys know it's funny. So I just appreciate being able to work with you for. As Adam said, we came from a place of adversity. And I saw all of your, excuse me, Scott, your commitment and your desire and love for this city. And it's the one thing I tell people, they say, why do you do this? And I said, I really care about this place. This place is very important. And of course, I like to brag about Oregon City all the time. But we have made substantial progress. We can make more progress, and we have a great staff. I think the relationships we've built over these last few years have been amazing. And when I talk to my other mayors and the other conferences I go to, and the city commissioners in other cities, and I just think, I'm so thankful and so grateful.
Thank you. With our last 2 minutes, I'll try to bring us home. First of all, thank you to all of you for what you shared today, for what you contributed, for all the work that you've done, and all that you've been able to bring to the conversation. Today was a day about giving you that information, trying to bring it to you, so that tomorrow we can go into a conversation about what you will do with it. So tomorrow, we're going to have 2 parts of the day. Beginning of the day, we're going to have a quick conversation around the themes and the goals that you have established over the course of these 3 biennium, and make sure that we are still heading in the same direction for the next 2 years, the final 2 years. From there, we're going to go into a series of breakout sessions and have conversations about what we will actually do. We've called them initiatives, but the projects that you'll undertake in order to accomplish those goals, and the priorities that you'd like the commission to hear and that the commission would like to share in terms of what the budget should be for the next 2 years. So it will be a working day tomorrow. It will be less around the table, and it will be more around the small tables and sharing out and having that conversation together. So we will move from taking in to putting out tomorrow. To that end, a few logistics. I believe we're available at 8 a.m. for breakfast tomorrow, but our time will start at 8:30 tomorrow. We go until 4 o'clock tomorrow as well, and we'll work to stick to that timeline as well.
Is it a healthy breakfast, or do we need to make other plans?
I don't know. I have no control.
Who ordered?
Who am I, where are you going to?
Chef Jacob.
Oh, Chef Jacob.
It's been a minute since I looked at the menu, but I believe it's yogurt, bowl, breakfast burritos, I believe there's orange juice, coffee, kind of this standard.
Breakfast burritos, breakfast sandwiches, build your own yogurt parfait, bagel bar, hot tea, and
So delicious. All right, so bring your thinking tomorrow, bring your perspectives. You've heard a lot of ideas thrown out today. Please bring them tomorrow. That's the work to be done. Mary, if you'll gavel us out, we'll call it a night. Thank you all for your time.